Chapter 557, Qualifications to become an Overlord. What kind of NPC is this? Nine Dragons Emperor shot up from his seat the instant he saw Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon instant killed, an expression of shock plastered over his face. Nobody had a better understanding than he did of Blood Dragon's and Dust Dragon's strengths. Although the two of them were not a match for Martial Dragon, no one was likely to be a match for them when the two of them were working together. Even a level 40 High Lord would not be able to kill both of them in a single strike. The only possibility was that this NPC was too powerful, so powerful that players simply had no way of resisting him. Kite, kill them all. Leave none alive. Shifeng no longer held back. He immediately commanded Kite to begin his slaughter. In the past, Kite was titled the Windbreaker. In the entire God's domain, very few personal guards possessed a title. The title itself, though, was only a title. It did not provide any bonus attributes or contribute to the improvement of the personal guard's combat power. However, having a title signified that an NPC was not an ordinary class but a hidden class. Some hidden classes were weak, while some were strong. Windbreaker definitely ranked within the peak classes. In addition, as a personal guard, Kite himself also possessed frightening growth potential. Hence, Kite had become practically invincible when going up against an enemy of the same level and tier in the past. Back in the days, the lifestyle player that owned Kite had relied on this personal guard to become an existence that nobody in God's domain could ignore. Even super guilds did not wish to offend this lifestyle player casually. What about now? Back then, even a lifestyle player had managed to nurture Kite into a Tier 5, Sword Saint capable of overwhelming any Tier 5 player or NPC. Meanwhile, in this life, Shifeng was the one nurturing Kite. Not only could Shifeng provide greater financial support, but Kite's current growth potential was also higher than what he had in the past. Now, dealing with players of a lower level and tier was practically child's play to Kite. After Kite received Shifeng's command, he transformed into a fierce gale that swept across the members of the War Dragon Legion. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of the War Dragon Legion hurriedly dashed to the forefront, attempting to block Kite's assault. Unfortunately for them, Kite was just too fast. With a simple leap, he arrived behind the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. He then used a Tier 2 skill, Wind Ferret, sending all players within 30 yards flying up into the air. In the next moment, Kite began brandishing his swords, shooting hundreds of wind blades outwards like a lotus flower that pierced the bodies of the players suspended in midair. Even though these players were Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, their HPs still fell by the thousands. In the blink of an eye, their 6,000 or 7,000 HPs bottomed out, though a fortunate few managed to survive Kite's barrage of attacks. However, as they were too high up in the air, when they landed on the ground, the fall took away their last strand of HP. In just a moment, the War Dragon Legion had lost dozens of members. Seeing this scene where players fell to the ground like dumplings, one after another, everyone was utterly stupefied. Nobody had imagined that a Tier 2 NPC could actually be this mighty. Moreover, aside from him being strong, even Kite's combat techniques were more powerful than those of many experts. The Windbreaker is indeed amazing. It is no wonder he was able to deal with so many Tier 5 players as if they were little children in the past. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players were able to suppress him. Shifeng was delighted with Kite's performance. When it came to techniques, there were indeed players that could surpass Kite. Unfortunately, the precondition for this victory was that said player was similar to Martial Dragon, a peerless expert who had achieved 100% control over his own body. However, even in the entire God's domain, such experts were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Moreover, even if a player was superior to Kite in terms of combat techniques, as an NPC, Kite could completely overwhelm any player when it came to attributes. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. In the end, the amount of strength a player could display through their techniques was limited. It was just like how Shifeng, despite his techniques being inferior to martial dragons, was able to suppress the berserker by relying on his attributes. Only, in Kite's case, the NPC could trounce martial dragon, because Kite's attributes were leaps and bounds above even Shifeng's. Such great strength was already beyond martial dragon's ability to withstand. Hence, Kite was able to kill martial dragon easily while Shifeng could not. In just a moment, Zero Wing had made a complete comeback from their previously disadvantaged situation. To the War Dragon Legion, which had a member count of only 1,000, having more than 100 of its experts killed was a significant loss. Most importantly, its casualties continued to increase. Despite Nine Dragons Emperor's attempts to pin down Kite by sending more elite players and experts, all his efforts were in vain. With Kite's speed, strength, and techniques, any player that had yet to attain their Tier 2 class would not even have the qualifications to delay him. Otherwise, the many first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past would not have feared him so much. Seeing how Kite was casually slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the spectating upper managers of the various large guilds were dumbfounded. With such an NPC guarding their guild residence, no guild is capable of threatening Zero Wing. Galaxy Past muttered as he looked at Kite. He then shifted his gaze toward Shifeng, who was leisurely observing the battle from the sidelines, his eyes filled with both admiration and envy. Although the status of a first-rate guild might seem preeminent, in reality, there was a massive gap between a first-rate guild and a super guild. If the Star Alliance managed to anger a super guild in the future, a repeat of today's scene was highly likely. However, if the Star Alliance had an NPC like Kite guarding its guild residence, at that time, it would possess the qualifications to pick a fight with a super guild. Although they still could not afford to provoke a super guild, they would no longer have to live in fear like they currently did. As long as a guild's residence remained, and as long as the guild still possessed a large sum of funds and coins, then it would be a cockroach that would not die. In the virtual gaming world, it was not the powerful who were considered strong. Instead, it was those who managed to survive and was not afraid of any enemy that were deemed to be strong. After all, only by surviving would there be hope. It was just like how those super guilds had managed to survive until now. In the past, there were far more powerful existences than these super guilds. Yet, in the end, didn't they end up failing as well? Meanwhile, although Zero Wing was still weak right now, it already possessed the qualifications to become an overlord in God's domain. Hence, how could Galaxy Past not admire Shifeng? Purple, once we return, immediately mobilized the entire guild. Our Star Alliance needs an NPC like that as well. Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with desire as he looked at Kite. Amicham. Purple Eye silently nodded in agreement. However, instead of looking at Kite, she was currently focused on Aqua Rose. At this moment, her eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Time slowly passed by. The battlefield grew more intense with each passing moment. Currently, only a small number of players from Zero Wing remained alive. As for the guild's most precious Tier 1 players, less than 100 remained alive. This time, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not having a good time either. Due to Kite's appearance, coupled with Shifeng silently helping out his guildmates, the War Dragon Legion's numbers fell sharply. Currently, less than 400 legionnaires remained alive. Retreat. All of you, retreat. Nine Dragons Emperor sent a command to the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no longer able to stomach this battle. Pavilion Master, Zero Wing is about to be destroyed. Are we really going to retreat right now? Rage had long since overwhelmed many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper managers fighting in the battlefield. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige and reputation were also at stake here. How could they possibly be willing to retreat at a time like this? I said retreat. Are you unable to understand that? Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly said in a low tone, his gloomy voice chilling even his surroundings. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted to continue fighting this war as well. He even wished he could personally step onto the battlefield. However, he was a guild leader. He needed to consider the bigger picture. Although their side still seemed to possess the numerical advantage, in reality, they were already at a disadvantage. If this situation continued, instead of Zero Wing being destroyed, they would be the ones facing complete annihilation. In order to cut their losses, they had no choice but to retreat right now. Understood. Retreat. All members, retreat. The members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could only sigh in dejection. Under the command of the upper managers, they swiftly withdrew from Zero Wing's guild residence. Chapter 558, After the War. 1. We won. Everyone from Zero Wing was incomparably excited, and they all began cheering loudly one after another. Throughout this entire war, nobody had expected them to win. Even the large guilds watching from afar had long since made preparations to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune. Originally, other than super guilds, nobody else dared to oppose the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, they had dared. Moreover, they had even defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They had achieved a feat that no guild had ever imagined was possible. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated, just like that. The various large guilds spectating this battle fell silent. Other than shock, everyone felt amazement. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's overwhelming power, in the end, all those elite players and frightening top-tier experts suffered defeat at the hands of a single NPC guard. After we return, we must focus on developing our guild's guards. Galaxy Past had an excited expression on his face as he watched the retreating members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The true strength of a super guild was something no ordinary guild could ever hope to comprehend. Only first-rate guilds like them would know some secrets about super guilds. Although the opponent Zero Wing had defeated this time was not a super guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength was already on a par with those super guilds. Since Zero Wing could repel the attack of the pavilion, it could naturally repel the attacks of super guilds as well. Most likely, nobody in the entire God's domain had thought that. The first guild capable of going toe-to-toe with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be a first-rate guild but a recently established guild like Zero Wing, instead. However, this was still not the most exciting part. The most exciting part was that Zero Wing had shown everyone present the hope of contending against a super guild. In virtual reality games, the result of a war between guilds usually depended on players. However, God's domain was different. Here, NPC guards could also determine the outcome of a guild war. In other words, the advantage a super guild possessed was no longer an insurmountable hurdle. If a guild's players could not repel an attack, they could just fill the gap using NPCs. At this moment, Galaxy Past wasn't the only one planning to focus on nurturing his guild's NPC guards. The upper managers of the various large guilds had also grasped this point. They all had the notion of developing their NPCs once they returned. As long as their guild residences had an NPC like Kite protecting it, then their guild residences would be impregnable. That way, they could disregard those powerful super guilds. They could develop their guilds however they pleased. Although the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were swiftly withdrawing, Shifeng had no intention of letting them off the hook. Instead, he immediately expanded on his victory, killing as many as pavilion members as he could. Every player present was an elite or above. The quality of the equipment they wore on their bodies went without saying. Each additional death was equivalent to obtaining another piece of good equipment. During the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's withdrawal, Shifeng and Kite managed to kill several hundred more players, obtaining a bountiful harvest, particularly of the life force points Shifeng collected. Damn it! 9 Dragon's Emperor's heart bled when he saw his guild's elites and the experts of the War Dragon Legion dying one after another. Black Flame, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will definitely claim this debt. You won't be as lucky the next time we meet. After the war ended, Zero Wing's members also began collecting their spoils of war. Both guilds had suffered an immense death toll in this war. However, during the intense battle, nobody had the time to pick up loot. Hence, plenty of equipment littered the ground right now. This sight stirred greed and jealousy in many of the spectating guilds. However, not a single guild player dared to steal some equipment for themselves. The same held true even for the assassins who were in stealth. A large number of NPCs still stood guard near these drops, and everyone had already witnessed just how powerful these NPCs were. Naturally, nobody wanted to donate their own equipment to Zero Wing. At the same time, word of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat spread at the speed of light. Practically all the discussions on the official forums mentioned this incident. It can't be, right? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually lost. You must be joking. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really lost. I have first-hand video documentation here, and you can have it for just 50 credits. A majority of the players in God's domain was incredulous of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat. The pavilion, which had remained unshakable all this time, had actually been defeated. It was a rout. Even the pavilion's most powerful War Dragon Legion had lost over half of its members. The damage the pavilion had suffered this time was simply incalculable. Starmoon City, inside Ouroboros's guild residence. Snow, Zero Wing actually won against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just like you guessed it would. Zhao Yueru's unblemished face was full of surprise when she received the latest news regarding the war between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There's nothing surprising about this, Gentle Snow said, a bright smile appearing on her face. Black Flame is no fool. Moreover, he has never done anything he was not confident about. Since he dared to pick a fight with the pavilion, he naturally had basis for his confidence. Only, I never imagined that the source of his confidence would be so powerful. We're in luck this time. Since we're allies with Zero Wing, those elders whom Chao Qinghua is planning to pull to his side will have to carefully reconsider their actions, Zhao Yueru laughed. Moments after Zhao Yueru said these words, the doors to the meeting room opened, and a few gorgeously dressed middle-aged men and women entered. Seeing the arrival of these few people, Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she shook her head. Fate truly knows how to toy with people. These men and women were none other than Ouroboros's few highly skilled and influential elders. Normally, these elders paid little heed to the matters of the guild, focusing only on grinding, leveling up, and raiding dungeons. Even Chao Qinghua dared not offend these elders casually. Previously, Gentle Snow had tried inviting these elders for a discussion on some matters. However, they had simply ignored her overtures. Now, without even requiring her invitation, these people had taken the initiative to come looking for her. This situation left Gentle Snow speechless. Back then, she had only decided to become Zero Wing's ally to repay her debt to Black Flame. Now, however, it would seem that she was growing even more beholden to him, instead. Guild Leader Snow, we truly apologize for before. The few of us have been busy raiding dungeons all this time, so we failed to meet up with you. Now, however, we are already clear on the guild situation. The few of us here have unanimously decided to support you fully. If Chao Qinghua dares to try to split up Ouroboros, he will have to go through us first before he can do so, the leading shield warrior declared, chuckling. Now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild, its fame and status in God's domain were naturally far different from before. Prior to Zero Wing's appearance, the upper managers of various large guilds were secretly doing their best to forge connections with super guilds to increase their authority inside their own guilds. Many large guilds had even taken the initiative to curry favor with super guilds to obtain the protection of these super guilds. That way, if other guilds wanted to make a move on them, these guilds would have to think twice before taking action against them. After all, nobody wished to incur the anger of a super guild. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the consequences were obvious. In the future, Zero Wing might very well become another super first-rate guild. When a man became powerful, those near him could ride on his coattails to success as well. Since Gentle Snow was an ally of Zero Wing, that meant that Gentle Snow had the support of what amounted to a super first-rate guild. As long as one was not a fool, they would know which side they should choose. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader, I've already tallied up the results of the war. Here are the statistics, Aqua Rose said, a smile on her face as she handed over a list of data to Shifeng. How could there be so many? We've really made a fortune this time. The corners of Shifeng's lips twitched slightly when he looked at the list. Chapter 559, Growing Stronger. The number of equipment on the statistical list exceeded 20,000. Most of the equipment originally belonged to the Zero Wing members who had participated in the war, so those had to be returned. In addition, they had to take into account the reward for killing enemy players as well as death subsidies. However, even after deducting all the necessary expenses, they still had over 5,000 pieces of equipment remaining. Initially, Shifeng thought Zero Wing would only gain a slight profit from this war. After all, Zero Wing's army of over 10,000 elites had practically suffered complete annihilation, only a few hundred elites remained alive at the end of the war. As for the Tier 1 core members, only several dozen survived. The compensation for the losses of over 10,000 elite members and hundreds of core members was astronomical. Having a surplus of more than 5,000 pieces of equipment surpassed Shifeng's expectations entirely. We are fortunate that the pavilion members' equipment is of excellent quality, unlike the previous battles we fought before when there were barely enough spoils of war to go around, even though our losses were not significant back then. At this moment, Aqua Rose was overjoyed. The guilds they had fought in the past were much poorer compared to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The enemy guilds back then consisted mostly of ordinary players, with only a small number of elite players. The equipment they could drop was naturally of low quality. Bronze and mysterious iron equipment was considered top-tier goods for those guilds. Now, however, the enemies they had killed were the elites and experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, the items they dropped were on an entirely different level in terms of quality. The majority of the equipment worn by the pavilion's elite members was level 20 secret silver equipment, with the weakest being level 20 mysterious iron equipment, and the strongest being level 20 fine gold equipment. As for the members of the War Dragon Legion, all the equipment they wore was level 25, with the majority being level 25 fine gold equipment, and the weakest being level 25 secret silver equipment. A few legionnaires even had level 25 dark gold equipment. Naturally, the items they dropped were astounding. Currently, level 20 bronze equipment was being sold for around 20 silver. Even mysterious iron equipment sold for around 40 silver only. However, the prices for secret silver equipment was a different story altogether. With the difference of just one rank, the price increased from around 40 silver straight up to around 90 silver. If it were secret silver equipment meant for MTs, the price would go further, up to 1 gold 20 silver. This disparity was mainly due to the sheer difficulty in obtaining secret silver equipment. In level 20, 6-man party dungeons, even at hell mode, there was only a fixed chance for secret silver equipment to drop. Only 10-man hell mode team dungeons would drop secret silver equipment with 100% certainty, with a small chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Most players in God's Domain were just beginning to raid level 20, 10-man team dungeons, and the number of teams that could raid hell mode was very low. With the tight supply of level 20 secret silver equipment, it was only natural for prices to be a lot higher. As for level 20 fine gold equipment, its prices were even more inflated. Each piece of such equipment sold for at least 4 gold. Normally, only 20-man hell mode team dungeons would drop fine gold equipment with 100% certainty. Meanwhile, there was only a fixed chance for one to drop in hard mode. Hence, fine gold equipment was much rarer, and its price much higher. If level 20 equipment was already like this, there was no need to mention level 25 equipment. For equipment, although an increase in 1 rank was equivalent to an increase in 5 levels, level 25 secret silver equipment was much more expensive than level 20 fine gold equipment. At present, each piece sold for 5 gold or more. Moreover, the supply of level 25 secret silver equipment on the market was extremely limited. People usually circulated such equipment within their own inner circles, and players would have to rely on their connections to purchase one. As for level 25 fine gold equipment, they were considered the best equipment currently available in God's domain. Setting aside the fact that nobody would sell such equipment in the first place, if there were some available for sale, the price would be at least 15 gold. Currently, among the 5,000 plus pieces of equipment in Shifeng's hands, there were over 2,000 pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and over 2,000 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. As for the remainder, over 600 pieces were level 20 fine gold equipment, over 400 were level 25 secret silver equipment, over 150 were level 25 fine gold equipment, and a total of 12 pieces were level 25 dark gold equipment. If converted to coins, all this equipment would be worth more than 10,000 gold. After fighting a single war, Zero Wing had made a pure profit of over 10,000 gold. Any guild would be celebrating after such a harvest. Not to mention, even if a guild had 10,000 gold, it would not be able to obtain so many pieces of equipment. If a guild wished to develop quickly, other than having experts leading its members, it was also essential to have equipment in the guild's warehouse. The amount of equipment a guild possessed determined the number of members it could sustain. Now that Shifeng had received such a huge influx of equipment, he could definitely advance Zero Wing further, absorbing even more members into the guild. Guild leader, should I place the equipment into the guild's warehouse? Aqua Rose asked. Organize them and place the ones with good attributes into the guild's warehouse. Hand over the remainder to Melancholic for sale, Shifeng instructed after giving her question some thought. A majority of the current players had already reached level 20 or above. Those who hadn't reached level 20 were either new to God's domain, or just ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, all the elite members in Zero Wing were level 25 or above, whereas ordinary members were either level 23 or level 24. Hence, their demand for level 20 equipment was not particularly high. Level 20 equipment was currently considered mainstream equipment in God's domain. Its popularity just happened to be at its peak. After more time passed, level 20 equipment would grow obsolete and lose its value. Hence, now was the best time to sell their excess equipment and maximize their profit. Currently, the candlelight trading firm continued to expand every day. However, the variety of goods the firm sold was still insufficient. There was a limit to the number of players the firm could attract just by relying on the intermediate mana armor kits and light stones. Only when the firm could sell good equipment in large quantities would it truly be able to hold its ground in Starmoon Kingdom. In Shifeng's previous life, many trading firms would sell the bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold and even dark gold equipment produced by its forgers. Only by following that example could the candlelight trading firm maintain its shop's competitiveness. Soon after, Shifeng logged out of the game to rest. Time passed slowly. On the day after the great battle, the atmosphere surrounding White River City was no longer oppressive like before, and many players on the streets had begun talking about yesterday's war. Damn! I can't believe that, while I was at work during the day, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated. I know, right? Zero Wing is OP now. If even a super first-rate guild is helpless against it, it would be even more impossible for other guilds. It is a huge pity that you did not get to watch that battle. That Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really deserves its title as a super first-rate guild. The number of experts they sent over yesterday could easily overwhelm any first-rate guild. However, Zero Wing still came out on top. Nobody could have imagined that they actually had such a powerful NPC guard, that one NPC killed hundreds of top-tier experts all by himself. My eyes nearly fell out when I saw that scene back then. Now that Zero Wing has defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it will definitely become even more powerful in the future. I heard that Zero Wing has begun mass recruitment again. I failed their test the last time. I wonder if I can pass it this time. Previously, I thought about trying to join a super guild. Now, however, it seems that there won't be a need to do so. I'll go with you to apply for the test. The independent players filling the streets and alleyways of White River City talked fervently about Zero Wing, a fire of anticipation burning in their eyes. These players felt proud just thinking about residing in the same city as Zero Wing, a guild capable of contending against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Compared to those flamboyant first-rate guilds, Zero Wing was far more powerful. In reality, such a reaction wasn't limited to just the players of White River City. The independent players of many other cities, other kingdoms even, began migrating to White River City one after another, every one of them hoping to join Zero Wing. In just half a day's time, Zero Wing completely recovered to its original strength. The number of elite players Zero Wing had right now was even higher than before the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chapter 560, Times Have Changed. Normally, the guilds involved in a guild war would have to undergo a protracted recovery before they could regain their peak. However, after Zero Wing's miraculous victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, its prestige throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom soared. At this moment, not even the few first-rate guilds based in Star Moon Kingdom were a match for it. As a result, a large number of independent players swarmed to White River City in order to join Zero Wing. In no time at all, Zero Wing went from being an ordinary guild with 50,000 members to a large guild with over 80,000 members. Moreover, this was after Zero Wing increased the difficulty of its recruitment test. Most importantly, this number was still rising rapidly, with no signs of slowing down at all. Zero Wing's development speed rendered the various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom speechless. Currently, Zero Wing could already be described using the term overcrowded. All of this was a result of Zero Wing's future becoming limitless. Previously, although Zero Wing had attracted quite a lot of attention due to its various feats, at the end of the day, it was merely another small guild that was a dime a dozen in God's domain. It was an existence that would disappear in an instant should it accidentally anger a large guild. Hence, when independent players were choosing a guild to join, the first ones they would consider were definitely those large guilds instead of Zero Wing. Now, however, the situation had changed. Firstly, Zero Wing was already an existence that did not need to fear any other guild. Secondly, the treatment and benefits Zero Wing provided surpassed even those of first-rate guilds. Thirdly, there were all sorts of top-tier equipment available in the guild's warehouse. Just looking at the wide array of equipment would make one drool. Not to mention, the guild residents also had a large number of private rooms available for rent. Whether it was in terms of leveling speed or equipment upgrading speed, Zero Wing was much faster than every other guild. With so many advantages, everyone would naturally hope to join Zero Wing. Aren't you guys being too arrogant? You defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's raid only once. Among the large number of independent teams out there, the combat power of our Flying Eagles team is definitely ranked above average. We will be highly valued even if we join a first-rate guild. Yet, now that we are trying to join Zero Wing, only 2 of the 10 of us managed to pass your test. Aren't you looking down on us a little too much? A level 24 Guardian Knight demanded angrily. That's right. We hurried over to this place from far away and have spent a lot of money on teleportation fees, all because we want to join Zero Wing. Can't you lower the difficulty of the test by just a little bit? A level 23 ranger complained. At the recruitment hall inside Zero Wing's residence, many players were voicing their discontent over Zero Wing's recruitment test. This situation was giving Aqua Rose a huge headache as well. She could not understand why Shifeng suddenly decided to raise the requirements despite these already being very high before, even higher than those of first-rate guilds. Yet, now, Shifeng raised that bar even further. He was practically trying to drive players away from the guild. Guild leader, there are countless guilds in God's domain, and all of them are frantically trying to recruit members. Now that we have defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, we have the perfect opportunity to develop quickly. If we don't take this chance to recruit a large number of players while we are still popular, it won't be as easy to do so in the future. Can't you lower the conditions a little? Aqua Rose asked. Most of the players who had come from other cities were relatively skilled players back in their own cities. However, in order to better develop themselves, they had come all the way to White River City specifically to join Zero Wing. One could say that these players were the cream of the crop of other cities, and rejecting them right now would be such a pity. I won't change this condition no matter what. Besides, I didn't invite them over, they came of their own free will. In any case, the condition is there. Once they pass it, they can naturally join the guild. If they fail, there is nothing we can do about it. Zero Wing's resources are limited. Our guild isn't a garbage collection station. Moreover, Zero Wing is taking the path of the elite. There is no meaning in recruiting in bulk. Shi Feng showed no signs of regret at all. Slowly, he explained, you have seen it for yourself. During the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion nearly annihilated all our elites. If we did not have a large number of NPC guards to assist us, the War Dragon Legion might have wiped us out. Hence, what we need to do now is not to increase the number of members we have but to improve the quality of our members. Aqua Rose fell silent upon hearing Shi Feng's words. The gap between the two sides in that war was simply too vast. Not to mention the War Dragon Legion, even the standard of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elite members was significantly higher than Zero Wing's. Had the gap been smaller, Zero Wing would not have suffered such massive losses. Indeed, my mind must have been clouded before. I'll carry out your orders immediately, then. After Shi Feng's lecture, Aqua Rose finally realized that she'd had her head in the clouds out of joy from their victory. Zero Wing had always been taking the path of the elite. It was precisely because of this that the guild's members managed to improve their strength so quickly. Despite having only 50,000 members, there were over 13,000 elite members in the guild. This was a very frightening ratio. Moreover, Zero Wing's success in developing from a small guild with only several thousand members to a guild with more elite members than even a second-rate guild was all because every guild member received a significant share of the guild's resources. Following which, Shi Feng handed over all Zero Wing-related matters to Aqua Rose while he went to his forging room in the Candlelight trading firm. The demand for intermediate mana armor kits was just too high. The kits he had made several days ago were nearly sold out now, so he had to replenish the inventory immediately. During this period of time, Shi Feng had been constantly busy developing the Candlelight trading firm, so he did not have time to do anything else. Notably, the time limit for his epic quest, Darkness Descends, was nearly up. Fortunately, the Candlelight trading firm was already well developed, and its fame had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. It would not take long to accumulate 30,000 gold. While a sea of players was applying to join Zero Wing, the situation on the Candlelight trading firm's side was also getting out of hand. Currently, White River City was flourishing. It was no longer inferior to Star Moon City. Moreover, during this period of time, the Candlelight trading firm had begun selling equipment in large quantities, enjoying great popularity from the public. As for the overwhelming trading firm, it had already been left in the dust by now. Inside the lively Candlelight trading firm, the various large guilds that had originally been planning to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune had all gathered here once again. This time, however, no one displayed the arrogance they had before, and they were all following the rules of the trading firm to the letter. Guild leader, do you really think Black Flame will be willing to meet us this time? Purple Eye asked as she looked at Galaxy Past. Since he has opened a trading firm, he will naturally want to do business. However, I am also not sure of Black Flame's personality. Previously, he challenged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion without hesitation. This time, he might really ignore us outright, Galaxy Past laughed bitterly. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have followed in Gentle Snow's footsteps before. I heard that Gentle Snow managed to purchase quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, and they have long since made preparations to raid 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Not only had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered a crushing defeat, but Nine Dragons Emperor was also forced to bring the War Dragon Legion back to the pavilion's main headquarters to recuperate. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ended up in such a state, ordinary first-rate guilds like them stood no chance against Zero Wing at all. Now, the only thing they could do was wait. Shortly after Shifeng began forging intermediate mana armor kits, Melancholic Smile entered his forging room. Guild leader, many upper managers from first-rate guilds have come to the Candlelight trading firm. This time, they wish to meet and have a proper discussion with you. When you will have the time to do so? Melancholic Smile asked softly. They're finally here. Shifeng stopped what he was doing. Revealing a faint smile, he said, let's head over there and take a look, then. Chapter 561, Business. Overwhelming Smile's Guild Residence. Overwhelming Smile's upper echelons currently filled the magnificent meeting room. Every one of them wore depressed expressions. Sitting at the head of the table, Feng Xianyang appeared utterly defeated. Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had dealt a psychological blow to every member of Overwhelming Smile. Originally, nobody had believed that Zero Wing could survive the Great War against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, however, Zero Wing was like the sun at high noon, and many Overwhelming Smile members in White River City had already considered withdrawing from the guild. Ever since Overwhelming Smile began warring with Zero Wing, massive battles would ensue whenever the guilds met outside the city. Previously, they had maintained a balance against Zero Wing, fighting on equal footing. Now, Zero Wing suppressed them completely. Their morale wasn't the only thing that fell with each consecutive fight, their levels were decreasing rapidly as well. On the other hand, Zero Wing grew more valiant and stronger with every passing fight. Right now, Overwhelming Smile's members no longer dared don their guild's emblem when they left the city, deeply afraid that Zero Wing's members would recognize them. As a result of this depressing situation, many players had begun withdrawing from Overwhelming Smile. Why do I have such bad luck? Back in the day, I had been adamant about joining Overwhelming Smile. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have remained in Zero Wing. At the very least, I would have been a party leader there by now. I know, right? Even being a normal member would be fine, not to mention being a party leader. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members resting in the guild residence chatted among themselves. At this moment, the players that had defected from Zero Wing regretted their decision. It was especially true when they saw the Zero Wing members who had been less skilled when they left that could now defeat them easily. After only half a day, more than 3,000 Overwhelming Smile members in White River City had withdrawn from the guild due to Zero Wing's recruitment. One could just imagine how huge of a blow this was to Overwhelming Smile. However, the most damaging aspect was that more players considered defecting as time passed, even some of Overwhelming Smile's middle managers began to express such inclinations. Do any of you have any ideas of what we can do about this? Feng Xianyang asked as he swept his gaze around the meeting room. However, none of the upper managers in the room answered Feng Xianyang's question. They remained silent. It was not because they did not wish to answer Feng Xianyang. Rather, they simply did not know what to say. Before this, their guild had recruited players in bulk and had even poached plenty of elite players from Zero Wing. Even now, their guild's member count greatly surpassed Zero Wing. However, when it came to an actual fight, they realized that having the advantage of numbers was of little to no use. Currently, whether it was in terms of levels or equipment, Overwhelming Smile was no match for Zero Wing at all. Even its momentum was significantly slower than Zero Wing's. What could they do in such a situation? Moreover, the war between their guild and Zero Wing was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much money they tossed into that hole each day, they could not fill it. If they continued this fight, they would eventually have to disband the guild altogether. A bunch of rubbish. Why do I even need you here? Feng Xianyang bellowed as he abruptly slammed his hand onto the table. Everyone in the room involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. This won't do. I can't let things end just like this. Since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has suffered defeat, it will definitely try to restore its reputation. Think of a way to make contact with the pavilion. Feng Xianyang said, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Angrily, he declared, if Underworld and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion join hands, I refuse to believe that we can't annihilate Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in the Candlelight Trading Firm's first-floor reception hall, the upper managers of various large guilds had waited, unattended, for a long time now. This time, however, none of them dared to complain. Suddenly, the doors to the reception hall opened. Everyone inside the room turned their gazes towards the entrance, discovering Shifeng's melancholic smile entering the hall leisurely. Immediately, the upper managers of the various large guilds went up to Shifeng and greeted him with friendly expressions on their faces. Their current attitude was completely different from what it had been in the past. I already know what your goal is by coming here. I can indeed sell you some intermediate mana armor kits. However, I have a condition. If you aren't interested in my proposal, then you may just leave, Shifeng said straightforwardly, showing no signs of appreciation everyone's compliments. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Black Flame, please, don't hold back. No one will complain even if you have 10 conditions, much less one. Galaxy Past said, laughing. Right, right. Guild leader Black Flame, tell us what your condition is. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will do it, the branch leader of Emperor's Light followed up. The importance of intermediate mana armor kits to dungeon raids was extraordinary. Currently, although the various large guilds present no longer had many problems raiding 20-man team dungeons, 50-man team dungeons were still forbidden lands for them. Meanwhile, it was precisely because Gentle Snow had managed to obtain a large number of intermediate mana armor kits beforehand that she had gained the confidence to begin raiding a 50-man team dungeon. Ignoring all else, just the level 25 fine gold equipment and set equipment one could obtain already made a 50-man team dungeons quite attractive to guilds. Not to mention, there were also various rare materials, forging designs, and other items. In God's domain, if a guild wished to surpass others, what did they need? Wasn't it equipment? If one likened a 20-man dungeon to a treasure chest, then a 50-man team dungeon was a mountain of treasure. Meanwhile, the intermediate mana armor kit was the key to reaching this treasure mountain. Naturally, the various large guilds present wished to obtain this key. Even if they had to pay a price, they could easily earn it all back from the dungeons. Hence, the various large guilds were very eager to obtain the kits. My condition is very simple. You will purchase each intermediate mana armor kit for 7 gold and 100 magic crystals. This is a reasonable price, right? Shifeng laughed. Players could easily obtain magic crystals from any dungeon. Only, the amount one could obtain varied with each dungeon. A party dungeon would drop very few pieces, while team dungeons would drop a little more. Currently, each magic crystal sold for around 2 or 3 silver. The reason for such a low price was mainly due to the fact that magic crystals had few uses. They were normally only used in alchemy processes. However, as guilds usually kept the magic crystals they obtained in their warehouses, it was not easy to purchase them on the market. Hence, Shifeng intended to trade for them. With a rough calculation, each intermediate mana armor kit would come to a total cost of 10 gold. This price was twice as high as the Candlelight Trading Firm sold them for. Okay. No problem. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Black Flame, I have no issues with this condition. I wonder how many kits guild leader Black Flame is willing to sell. The various guild representatives immediately revealed joyous smiles. None of them had expected for Shifeng to put forward such a cheap request. Currently, although the Candlelight trading firm sold the intermediate mana armor kit for 5 gold per kit, on the black market, however, they cost more than 10 gold each. Even then, the demand for the kits still outstripped the supply. Now, they could buy the kits directly for 10 gold each. Immediately, the upper managers of the various large guilds began voicing their requested volume. I want 120 kits. I want 300 kits. I want 150. Every one of these upper managers could not help but wish they could empty the Candlelight trading firm's stock of intermediate mana armor kits. Among them, the Star Alliance was the richest, with Galaxy Past purchasing 500 kits in one go. However, Shifeng did not possess that many kits on hand at all. Hence, he had everyone sign a contract with him, requiring the pay up front. With the system bearing witness to the contract, no one worried about any potential issues. Over 100 guilds willingly handed over the money they owed. As for the magic crystals, they had already sent their subordinates to ship the crystals over. In just a short moment, Shifeng had earned over 30,000 gold. Of course, this profit did not come without a price. Shifeng was required to deliver the intermediate mana armor kits he owed within 5 days. Chapter 562, Divine Colosseum. After the upper managers of the various large guilds left the reception hall in high spirits, Melancholic Smile could no longer hold back as she asked, Guild leader, will it really be alright to sell so many intermediate mana armor kits to these guilds? It would have been fine if it were the basic strengthened armor kits. After all, the forging design for this item could be obtained through various means, so other forgers could produce them as well. However, the intermediate mana armor kit was different. Shifeng was the only person who could forge them, so the item's production was extremely limited. Moreover, they had only initially sold the intermediate mana armor kits with the intention of attracting business to the Candlelight trading firm. Now that the Candlelight trading firm's business has begun to take shape, there was no need to use the intermediate mana armor kits to attract more customers. By selling so many intermediate mana armor kits to other guilds, it would only serve to strengthen these guilds. This would just cause Zero Wing more trouble. Since we are a trading firm, why shouldn't we do business when the opportunity presents itself? Shifeng laughed. Not to mention, I've already made a huge profit. I should at least allow others to pick up some scraps, right? Huge profit? Melancholic Smile was confused. If we sell the same amount of kits through the black market secretly, we will make more than what we just did. However, my goal isn't just to earn coins, but also magic crystals. Shifeng explained, currently, there are few uses for magic crystals. Moreover, they can only be obtained from dungeons. However, the various large guilds normally keep the magic crystals they obtained for themselves. So, if we had to point out who possesses the most magic crystals, it would have to be these large guilds. But the Candlelight trading firm also has plenty of magic crystals. We even have an entire warehouse full of them right now. We have more than what we can use. Melancholic Smile grew even more confused. Have you forgotten the simulation device in the special forging rooms? Shifeng laughed. Immediately, Melancholic Smile's eyes glowed as she came to a realization. If one wished to use the simulation device, they needed to expend magic crystals. Meanwhile, the amount of magic crystals required varied depending on the materials simulated. The more precious a material was, the more mana crystals were required. A simulation device could allow a lifestyle player to familiarize themselves with the production flow of an item swiftly, significantly increasing their success rate and production speed when it came to the real deal. Compared to experimenting and wasting actual materials, it was much cheaper to spend magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm was developing in multiple cities. However, it severely lacked manpower, particularly advanced forging apprentices and basic forgers who were capable of producing advanced products. Despite the firm's efforts in recruiting lifestyle players from cities outside its sphere of influence, the number of players they had recruited was utterly insufficient. Currently, player demand for advanced products was growing exponentially. However, only basic forgers had a slightly higher success rate of producing items such as level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Advanced forging apprentices could not produce such items at all. As a result, the other trading firms throughout the entire God's domain were also desperately recruiting and poaching basic forgers. Unfortunately, becoming a true forger was easier said than done. If one wanted to nurture a group of basic forgers, the money required to do so could bankrupt an ordinary small guild. If the Candlelight trading firm wished to quickly nurture a batch of advanced forging apprentices and basic forgers, utilizing the simulation device in the special forging rooms would be the cheapest way to do so. Only, the amount of magic crystals required to sustain the simulation device for so many people would be astounding. Considering the situation again, Melancholic Smile found that the amount of magic crystals the firm had stored away was indeed insufficient. Alright, in a moment, go and receive the magic crystals that those guilds have sent. I've also removed the restriction on the previously reserved special forging room. You can allow players with strong potential to train there. Saying so, Shurfeng removed the restriction on the special forging room. Right, you should also purchase some magic crystals from time to time. However, make sure not to attract too much attention when doing so lest people start hiking up the prices. Guild leader, rest assured, I will send people to purchase them from other cities discreetly. I won't let others find out about this. Melancholic Smile nodded, smiling brightly. This was not the first time she had to do such a thing. Melancholic Smile then departed from the reception hall. I can only lie to her like this for now. Shurfeng released a sigh of relief as he watched Melancholic Smile's departing figure. In reality, he had an even greater purpose for collecting magic crystals in bulk. The Divine Colosseum. That was where magic crystals were truly valuable. In the past, everyone had treated magic crystals as garbage as, at the time, only certain items required magic crystals to produce. Moreover, these items required very few to produce. Hence, players would normally celebrate if they managed to sell the magic crystals they had obtained. However, nobody could have imagined that, the moment the Divine Colosseum opened, the prices of magic crystals would instantly soar by over 6 times. The Divine Colosseum allowed players to examine their strength, and it allowed players to undergo training provided by the system to improve their weaknesses. Moreover, one could also obtain rewards from battles in the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum also had many other functions. Due to the emergence of the Divine Colosseum, the players of God's domain had obtained a systematic promotion ladder that allowed them to become experts quickly. Hence, the Divine Colosseum had been very popular among players. Players were required to pay a fee in order to use the Divine Colosseum. However, one could not use coins to make payments at the Colosseum, but magic crystals instead. Hence, prices of magic crystals skyrocketed upon the emergence of the Divine Colosseum. Even after a decade, magic crystals were still a powerful currency. They were worth as much as gold in reality. Otherwise, Shurfeng would not have foolishly used intermediate mana armor kits to trade for magic crystals. If possible, Shurfeng wished to turn all the coins in his possession into magic crystals. By the time the Divine Colosseum activated, the 30,000 gold in his hands would immediately become more than 100,000, or even 200,000, gold. However, in order to avoid attracting suspicion, he could only purchase them slowly and secretly. Over the following 2 days, Shurfeng did not rest or log out of the game at all as he ceaselessly forged the intermediate mana armor kits. By the time he had cleared his debt, he had risen from level 30 to level 32. He had actually managed to level up twice in 2 days. Moreover, this was after he had reached level 30. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to rise by 2 levels even after grinding for a whole week. Meanwhile, Shifeng's forging proficiency had also risen to intermediate forger. During this period, both Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm developed rapidly. It was especially true for Zero Wing. The guild's member count had finally broken past the 100,000 threshold, and it could finally be considered a large guild in the truest sense. On the Candlelight trading firm's side, thanks to the simulation device, the firm had successfully nurtured several additional basic forgers during these past 2 days. As for the other guilds, they had also begun their competition over 50-man team dungeons. However, the thing that surprised everyone was that Overwhelming Smile had taken the lead, becoming the first guild to defeat the first boss in a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. As for Zero Wing, Aqua Rose's team had only been the second to defeat the first boss after relying on their superior equipment. The perceived failure had disheartened Aqua Rose. Shifeng was not surprised at all. Overwhelming Smile had the aid of War Wolf, as well as several other true experts. In terms of the number of top-tier experts, Overwhelming Smile was far above Zero Wing. Moreover, 50-man team dungeons relied more on a player's combat techniques than equipment. It was only natural for Aqua Rose's team to lose. It should be about time to turn in the quest. Shifeng looked at the coins that filled his pockets. He could not help but look forward to the quest reward given by the Starstreak trading firm. As one part of an epic quest, it had been extremely difficult. If he had not possessed the advanced book of magic, it would have been impossible for him to complete this phase of the quest. Chapter 563, Epic Treasure Chest. Just as Shifeng finished tidying up the intermediate mana armor kits he had forged and was about to head towards the Starstreak trading firm to complete his quest, Melancholic Smile suddenly rushed into the room, obviously agitated. Why the hurry? Did something big happen? Shifeng could not help but ask. People from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are here. Melancholic Smile hurriedly said, they say they must meet with you. Moreover, they wish to hand you an item personally. They say that this item will be a huge help to you, and if you do not take a look at it, you will regret it in the future. Regret it, huh? Shifeng laughed. This Dragon Phoenix Pavilion truly is interesting. I've just defeated them, and already, they're sending gifts. Let's go see what they're up to, then. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Although it had suffered massive losses in its war against Zero Wing, with the pavilion's background, it should have already recovered most of its losses. As for the possibility of the pavilion starting another war with Zero Wing, that was highly unlikely. Hence, the fact that someone from the pavilion had come looking for him confused Shifeng. He had no idea of what the pavilion was up to. After entering the reception room, Shifeng noticed that the pavilion had only sent one person to meet with him this time. However, the moment Shifeng saw this person, he was immediately shocked. Why is she here? Shifeng looked at the girl, who approached him slowly, the scene of many legendary wars that occurred in his previous life surfacing in his mind. This woman was none other than the protagonist of those legendary wars, Phoenix Rain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was split into 2 pavilions. One was the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, while the other was the Phoenix Pavilion. Of the 2, 9 Dragons Emperor controlled the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, while Phoenix Rain managed the Phoenix Pavilion. Although 9 Dragons Emperor looked quite young, he had merely managed to retain his youth due to the technology of this era and exercise. In reality, 9 Dragons Emperor's real age had long since passed 35. Even so, the fact that 9 Dragons Emperor had been able to become the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild at the age of 35 showed that he was a promising talent. However, Phoenix Rain was even more amazing. Despite still being in her early 20s, she had already become the pavilion master of the Phoenix Pavilion. In the past, her deeds in the virtual gaming world had been legendary. As a result, the time when Phoenix Rain had reigned over the Phoenix Pavilion had been hailed as the pavilion's golden age. During that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had rapidly grown stronger. At present, Phoenix Rain was the reason that everyone considered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a guild that was closest to becoming a super guild. Even the extraordinarily mysterious Great Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was willing to allow Phoenix Rain to succeed him, becoming the Great Pavilion Master. Currently, Phoenix Rain wore a bright red mage's robe, the robe showcasing her exquisite figure. Every one of her actions carried an air of bewitchment, causing others to submit voluntarily. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. This young woman is known as Phoenix Rain, the Phoenix Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Phoenix Rain beamed a flourishing smile at Shifeng. This smile alone had captivated Melancholic Smile, who stood beside Shifeng. As for Shifeng himself, however, other than his initial surprise at seeing Phoenix Rain, he did not react even in the slightest to the woman's mesmerizing smile. Seeing Shifeng's reaction, Phoenix Rain's smile became more pleasant as she said, "Guild Leader Black Flame, let's have a seat and chat properly, shall we?" Shifeng nodded, his mind very calm. He did not treat Phoenix Rain as if she were some unreachable existence. Shifeng's dull reaction was not because he had mental issues. Instead, his mind was far from ordinary. It was merely a smile. It was still not enough to make him blush or cause his heartbeat to quicken. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, you previously mentioned a gift for me and that I will regret it if I don't take a look. May I know just what kind of item Phoenix Pavilion Master offers me?" Shifeng smiled calmly. Guild Leader Black Flame really is impatient. "We've only just met, yet, you're already so straightforward. I don't even know from where I should begin," Phoenix Rain complained as she sent Shifeng a resentful gaze. Sighing, she said, "However, since you've already asked, it would not be right to refuse." Phoenix Rain then took out a treasure chest that flashed with a purple glow, carefully placing it on the table. "Behold." The moment Phoenix Rain said so, Melancholic Smile, who sat beside Shifeng, was stupefied. "This is an epic treasure chest." Melancholic Smile dared not believe her own eyes. There were plenty of treasure chests in God's domain. However, the majority of them were common treasure chests. One would be lucky if they encountered a bronze treasure chest, whereas obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest would make them rich. If one encountered a secret silver chest, they would become the envy of many. As for fine gold and dark gold treasure chests, Melancholic Smile had yet to see what they even looked like. Meanwhile, an epic treasure chest was a legend. The purple glow surrounding the treasure chest before her was indeed the glow effect unique to an epic ranked item. Hence, Melancholic Smile recognized it immediately. "Correct, this is indeed an epic treasure chest," Phoenix Rain said, her lips curled up into an enchanting smile. Unhurriedly, she said, "Our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion encountered this item accidentally. In order to obtain this chest, we sacrificed tens of thousands of lives. I wonder if Guild Leader Black Flame is satisfied with this gift. Phoenix Pavilion Master sure loves to joke. I'm certain there is nobody in the entire God's domain who would not be tempted by an epic treasure chest. Naturally, I am no exception." Shifeng had also used omniscient eyes to appraise the treasure chest. There were no signs of forgery. This treasure chest before him was a bona fide epic treasure chest. Shifeng had only encountered dark gold treasure chests several times by chance. As for an epic treasure chest, this was also Shifeng's first time encountering one in this life and his past. In the past, Shifeng had never even heard of any news of epic treasure chests. That's right. He had not received even the slightest bit of information regarding epic treasure chests. Shifeng had even doubted that epic treasure chests existed in God's domain. Now that Phoenix Rain had brought an epic treasure chest as a gift for him, he wondered if he were dreaming. Dark gold treasure chests had a fixed chance of containing an epic item. What about an epic treasure chest, then? Shifeng did not even dare to think about it. At the very least, an epic item would drop. There might even be an extremely tiny chance that it might contain a complete legendary item. Legendary item. They were very limited in God's domain. In the past, every player who owned a legendary item was an existence ranked at the game's apex. Just owning the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath had allowed Shifeng to have an unmatched advantage in terms of attributes. Even a monstrous existence like Martial Dragon was forced into a stalemate against him. Moreover, he had been unable to use any of his skills during that fight. If his skills weren't sealed, he could definitely beat the living daylights out of Martial Dragon if he activated Dragon's power. On the other hand, had Martial Dragon possessed a legendary item, Zero Wing would have definitely perished in the war before. I'm glad that it has attracted your attention. Initially, I was worried that guild leader Black Flame will not be satisfied with this. Phoenix Rain revealed an expression of relief. She looked nothing like a legend. Phoenix Pavilion Master, just tell me what you want. I don't believe that anyone would gift me an epic treasure chest for no good reason, Shifeng asked after calming down. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Black Flame is indeed smart. There are no free lunches in this world. What I need guild leader Black Flame's help with is simple. I would not ask you to do something that will displease you. Moreover, this matter offers no harm, only benefits, Phoenix Rain laughed. However, I will require you to sign a contract before I can tell you. Otherwise, we will have to forget about this altogether. Only, it would be a pity for this epic treasure chest. Shifeng fell silent. He could not understand just what Phoenix Rain was trying to do. Chapter 564, Demon Queen. Phoenix Rain did not grow anxious at the lack of response from Shifeng. She simply sipped her black tea as she waited quietly for Shifeng's answer. It was as if she were not afraid of Shifeng rejecting her offer whatsoever. An epic treasure chest was incredibly precious. One could say that it was far rarer than an epic item. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been lucky to stumble upon it by chance. To secure it, they had even paid a colossal price. As for what one could obtain from an epic treasure chest, even if an epic item with bad attributes dropped, its value would still be significant. There was no need to mention how much the chest would benefit a guild if it contained something even better than an epic item. Just using it as a gimmick would allow a guild's reputation to soar, not to mention letting an expert equip it and enter a dungeon. As there was a limited number of players allowed to enter a dungeon at a single time, the quality of players entering a dungeon would significantly impact the rating progression. If a guild allowed one of its experts to equip an epic item, the total damage of any team said expert joined would instantly rise to a whole new level. Naturally, the team's raid progression would be much faster than other guilds, having a significantly higher chance of obtaining the first clear of a dungeon. The team could also challenge dungeons that other guilds found impossible to raid. The amount of money one could save from the losses the team suffered while raiding the dungeon would be massive. No guild with any ambition would let this golden opportunity slip through their fingers, much less the extraordinarily ambitious Zero Wing. Can Phoenix Pavilion Master tell me the method to open this epic treasure chest? Shifeng asked after pondering for some time. Although it was his first time seeing an epic treasure chest, he had not forgotten the treasure chest's traits due to his excitement. In God's domain, the higher ranked a treasure chest was, the more difficult it would be to open. Although Shifeng had no idea how stringent the conditions were to open an epic treasure chest, he knew that even a dark gold treasure chest required a key. It was impossible that an epic treasure chest would have no requirements. The moment Shifeng asked this question, Phoenix Rain could not help but carefully re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng. I did not expect guild leader Black Flame to remain so calm despite seeing an epic treasure chest. It would seem that Nine Dragons Emperor did not lose without reason, Phoenix Rain praised. Any ordinary person's first reaction when seeing a treasure chest would be to claim it for themselves. Even the guild leader of a first-rate guild, someone who had undergone the tempering of many storms, would grow excited should they encounter an epic treasure chest. It was simply impossible to stay calm. After all, the potential benefits one could gain from an epic treasure chest were almost limitless, so much so that it could be the turning point of a guild. Hence, how could anyone possibly stay calm when an epic treasure chest was within their reach? Yet, Shifeng had not forgotten the fact that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Indeed, just as guild leader Black Flame has surmised, there is a condition to open this epic treasure chest. However, this condition should not be difficult for a guild like Zero Wing to meet. Even if it isn't possible now, it will be in the future. It is only a matter of time. Phoenix Rain came clean without trying to hide anything. May I know what the condition is for opening this treasure chest? Shifeng smiled bitterly. How could he not tell that Phoenix Rain was trying to hide something? This was an epic treasure chest. Just a dark gold treasure chest already required a dark gold ranked key to open it. However, a dark gold key was even rarer than the dark gold treasure chest itself. If an epic treasure chest required an epic key to open, Shifeng could do without it. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly. She did not think Shifeng would be so adamant for an answer. Although an epic treasure chest was indeed tempting, she had held the chest for a long time now. Unfortunately, she had no way to open it and could only stare blankly at the glowing chest. Otherwise, who would possibly use such a priceless item as a bargaining chip? However, she never expected that Shifeng would not take her bait. Ha! Forget it. I believe that, if I don't tell you, you will most likely refuse to negotiate, Phoenix Rain sighed. Truth be told, the condition for opening this treasure chest is relatively simple. One only needs to gather 88 mana stones. I have investigated the mana stones somewhat. They only drop from 100-man dungeons with a certain probability. Of course, it will not be possible to gather 88 pieces within a short time. However, with Zero Wing's strength, collecting them will only be a matter of time, right? Mana stones? Shifeng hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, not daring to reveal it. I have also heard of this item before. However, I heard that they are extremely rare. Obtaining just one would require a tremendous amount of effort, let alone 88. At the very least, it would take several months to collect that many. Previously, in order to remove the seal on the Destroyer of Immortality, he had discovered a method to obtain mana stones that did not require raiding 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Although 88 mana stones was not a small amount, and he would be required to spend a lot of money, it was still much easier than trying to obtain them from 100-man dungeons, betting on that meager 2% drop rate. Guild leader Black Flame, although you will only be able to open the treasure chest after 1 or 2 months, an epic item will still be extremely rare after that much time has passed. Not to mention, epic items aren't the only thing you can obtain from an epic treasure chest. If guild leader Black Flame obtains a legendary item, at that time, you will have truly made a fortune, Phoenix Raid hurriedly explained when she saw Shifeng's disappointed expression. You are correct. However, Shifeng muttered, revealing a troubled expression. However, when he saw Phoenix Rain trying her best to push the treasure chest onto him, he was inwardly exhilarated. Indeed, just as Phoenix Rain had said, in the past, even after 3 months since God's Domain launched, dark gold items were still as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention epic items. Back then, only super guilds and a few extremely lucky guilds possessed epic items. As for fragmented legendary and legendary items, there had been no news whatsoever about these items. If Shifeng could obtain an epic item in 3 months' time, he would make a huge fortune. After all, one could continue to use an epic item to a very high level. There was no need to worry about it becoming obsolete during the initial stages of the game. Guild leader Black Flame, you should know that my request of you will not be difficult to complete. Moreover, it is something that will benefit you as well. I even offer you this epic treasure chest as a gift. Yet, you still try to make excuses to put me off. Are you really that afraid that I will eat you up? Phoenix Rain smiled brightly, revealing a charming expression. Watching Phoenix Rain act in such a way, even Shifeng felt his willpower faltering. She really is deserving her title as the Demon Queen, Shifeng inwardly sighed. If anyone else stood in his place right now, Phoenix Rain might have conquered them already. Although Phoenix Rain appeared charming and gentle on the surface, her beauty and melodic voice capable of even toppling cities and countries, Shifeng knew just how terrifying the woman was. If anyone dared write her off as a pinup, they must suffer some sort of brain damage. Even the insufferably arrogant Nine Dragons Emperor feared Phoenix Rain. After pretending to hesitate repeatedly, Shifeng finally slapped his thigh and said, "All right, then. I agree to your proposal. However, if the conditions you state are, in any way, unfavorable to Zero Wing or the Candlelight Trading Firm, I can only apologize to you in advance." I knew Guild Leader Black Flame would be a pleasant person to work with. Phoenix Rain hurriedly said. However, I don't want others to know about this matter, only you and I are allowed to know. May we move to a more private location? Okay, follow me, then. Saying so, Shifeng led Phoenix Rain to a VIP reception room. The room offered luxury and comfort. Moreover, it was also not possible for others to listen in on their conversation. Chapter 565, The Offer. The VIP reception room on the second floor was like an entirely different world. The rich fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the room. One could also see green mountains and blue creeks in the distance. The space inside this room looked just like the garden in paradise. As expected of a two-star shop. It actually offers such an impressive location, Phoenix Rain expressed her admiration as she surveyed her surroundings. If Phoenix Pavilion Master likes it, you can easily obtain one for yourself. Although a one-star shop has less space and available environments to choose from, this garden environment is also available in a one-star shop, Shifeng laughed. God's domain was not considered a different world without reason. While nearly everything that could be found in the real world existed in God's domain, things that did not exist in the real world could also be found here. In God's domain, the available activities were not limited to just killing monsters and leveling up. They could also enjoy a leisurely life here. However, the extremely realistic sensations that God's domain offered was not its most attractive aspect. Instead, it was the time dilation. This was the greatest scientific creation of mankind in this century, and only God's domain had managed to implement this function. No other virtual reality game had achieved this feat. This was also the main reason for God's domain's popularity. The flow of time in God's domain was twice as slow as that in the real world. In other words, God's domain's players could theoretically live twice as long as ordinary people in the real world. Moreover, activities such as learning, relaxation, and resting could all be done in God's domain. People could have more time to do what they wished inside the game world. In the real world, there were only 24 hours in a single day. An ordinary student like Shifeng would normally commit 5 or 6 hours of their day to study. Sleep also occupied roughly 9 hours. After deducting the time spent eating and other necessary activities to sustain one's life, a student like Shifeng would only have around 5 or 6 hours of free time. Meanwhile, each day in God's domain had 48 hours. In other words, a student in God's domain could possibly have up to 30 hours of free time, 5 times that of ordinary people. Who wouldn't want to live such a life? Not to mention, the main God system was constantly expanding the world of God's domain, allowing this virtual world to become more realistic, interesting, and mysterious. Who wouldn't be tempted by something like this? Guild Leader Black Flame must be joking. Although I really wish to obtain a house like this for myself, unfortunately, ordinary shops are no good. Such an environment is only available in luxury shops. Meanwhile, constructing a luxury shop requires 1,000 gold. I already wish I could spend 1,000 gold as if it were 2,000, so where would I possibly find so much money laying around to construct a luxury shop? Phoenix Rain shook her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes as she surveyed the room's elegance. Even large guilds had their own troubles to face. A small guild had few members, so it was relatively easy to manage. Thus, the guild required less money to sustain it. On the other hand, it was extremely complex to manage a large guild that had a large number of members. A super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was even more frightening. There were many aspects that required money. It was especially true during the initial stages of the game. It was like investing into a bottomless pit. Fortunately, guild residences allowed the pavilion to earn some money through guild quests. In addition, the trading firms and the raiding teams that had already taken shape had also begun to profit the pavilion, allowing them to invest less as a result. However, in terms of extravagance, no one throughout all of God's domain could compete with the Candlelight trading firm. Phoenix Pavilion Master, nobody will be able to listen in on our conversation here. You should be able to state your condition now, right? Although Phoenix Rain had presented herself weak all this time, Shifeng refused to believe that the woman was as simple as she made herself out to be. For just one simple condition, she had personally run all the way from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City and had even gifted him an epic treasure chest. Before I reveal it, I hope that you will first sign this confidentiality contract, Phoenix Rain said. She then revealed a contract that she had prepared, placing it on the table. Quite seriously, she said, it is not that I do not believe guild leader Black Flame, but this matter is simply too important to take risks. If a third party discovered this situation, it would not benefit either of us. Shifeng picked up the contract and gave it a careful read. Indeed, it was a very common confidentiality contract. Under the surveillance of the main god system, it was impossible to reveal any secrets covered by a confidentiality contract in the game. Of course, the main god system could not control any leaks in the real world. Aren't you afraid that I will reveal it outside of God's domain? Shifeng asked. I believe that guild leader Black Flame is an intelligent person, so please don't ask such a foolish question, Phoenix Rain said, her hand covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. It was just a joke. Shifeng then signed the contract. The moment Shifeng finished his signature, the notification sound of the system immediately rang by his ears. System, contract established. If either party violates the contract, the violator will be banished from God's domain. Although the system's female voice sounded crisp and pleasing, its words would give anyone goosebumps. Banished from God's domain. Moreover, there was only one condition. Any player who wished to live in God's domain would not dare violate this condition. After hearing the system notification, Phoenix Rain smiled at Shifeng as she said, in reality, my condition is very simple. I just wish to obtain a portion of the Candlelight trading firm's shares, but in my own name, not the Phoenix Pavilions and, even more so, not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions. Of course, I will provide even more benefits. The simplest would be land for shops. You should know that reputation is required to purchase a good plot of land in every city. Although one can obtain it through subsales, the strategic plots of land in every city are not something an ordinary guild can obtain easily. Currently, Zero Wing might have secured the best plots of land available in Star Moon Kingdom's two largest cities. What about the important cities in other countries? If the Candlelight trading firm is to grow, it will require a larger market. I am sure that you will not be satisfied with just ruling over these two cities, right? I can provide this convenience. I can allow the Candlelight trading firm to obtain the valuable plots of land available in the main cities of many kingdoms and empires. In addition, I also have plenty of connections that can enable you to obtain raw materials cheaply, as well as provide you with the forging designs and recipes obtainable from dungeons. You won't have to worry about collecting and purchasing these things yourself. Of course, this matter will be carried out discreetly. I will not reveal my involvement. More importantly, I am not your enemy. Nine Dragons Emperor might have a grudge against you, but I do not stand with him. To be more precise, I stand with you. May I know what guild leader Black Flame thinks of my proposal? At this moment, Sure Foam was silent. Phoenix Rain's proposal was indeed generous. A super first-rate guild's background was extraordinary. Compared to him, Phoenix Rain would have a much easier time obtaining the golden lands of the major cities in the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was also impossible for him to get players of other kingdoms to resell their lands. Nobody would be so foolish as to give away their benefits to someone else, particularly to the Candlelight Trading Firm, a trading firm with massive advantages. Moreover, just as Phoenix Rain had said, she was not his enemy. On the surface, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might seem like a single guild, but in reality, the pavilion was two guilds joined as one. If not for that mysterious Great Pavilion Master maintaining the balance, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might immediately break into two separate guilds. How many shares do you want? Sure Foam asked. Since it is I who have come in search of guild leader Black Flame for cooperation, I will leave that decision up to you. Phoenix Rain giggled. I believe that, after seeing my sincerity, based on guild leader Black Flame's personality and reputation, you will not take advantage of this young lady, right? Chapter 566, Epic Treasure Chest Secured. Sure Foam fell silent upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. Negotiations were normal when one sought cooperation, and people would normally strive to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves. This might seem like a smart move, but contrary to popular belief, it placed one at a disadvantage. As neither side knew the other party's bottom line, the one to make the first offer would reveal their bottom line to their opponent. Moreover, after Phoenix Rain had said as much, how could he possibly take advantage of her? Even after a long moment, Sure Foam did not answer. However, Phoenix Rain was not anxious in the slightest. On the contrary, she leisurely admired the scenery. 20%. What do you think? Sure Foam finally said after pondering for some time. 20%. Phoenix Rain was stunned, looking at Sure Foam as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" The connections the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion possessed were exactly what the trading firm needed most, as having a wide range of connections meant that more people would purchase the trading firm's products. Not to mention, the Candlelight Trading Firm would also get its hands on a large supply of raw materials, recipes, and forging designs. These were items that a trading firm lacked the most. Currently, although the Candlelight Trading Firm's range of influence had grown quite wide, it only had control over two truly useful cities. One was White River City, while the other was Starmoon City. If the Candlelight Trading Firm worked with her, it could spread its influence to dozens of major cities. The profit it could rake in at that time would surpass its current income dozens of times. Meanwhile, the only things the Candlelight Trading Firm could offer in this cooperation was coins and products such as the intermediate mana armor kits, light stones, and basic strengthened armor kits. Aside from that, there was nothing special about the Candlelight Trading Firm. Yet, Sure Foam had only offered her 20% of the firm's shares. Normally, anyone else would willingly offer 50%, or even 60%, of the firm's shares. That's right, 20%. This is the most that I can offer. If you cannot accept this amount, we can let it go at that, Sure Foam said earnestly. Phoenix Rain did not know that, before this, Sure Fang's offer to Gentle Snow was only 15% of Zero Wing's shares. Moreover, this included the annexation of Ouroboros. Although Phoenix Rain could provide far more connections than Ouroboros, currently, such things were unnecessary to Sure Foam. Cooperating with Phoenix Rain would provide him with a massive advantage during the early stages of the game. However, at its core, a trading firm relied not on connections, but on the products it sold. To become iron, the metal itself must be strong. Take the overwhelming trading firm for example. Even though it possessed more connections than the Candlelight Trading Firm, so what? If not for the Flame Dragon potion, the overwhelming trading firm would have long since lost its competitive edge. As long as a trading firm possessed a product unique to itself, there was no need to fear a lack of customers. For example, if the Candlelight trading firm sold an epic item, even players from other kingdoms and empires would willingly foot the exorbitant teleportation fee to visit the trading firm. Most importantly, the Candlelight trading firm possessed an advantage that no other trading firm possessed, and that was the special workshops available only in 2-star shops or above. With these workshops, the Candlelight trading firm could nurture a large number of forgers and other lifestyle players. Not only was this method efficient, but it was also cost-efficient. Although it was a good thing to have many connections, it would be meaningless if the trading firm could not keep up with production. It was like looking at a treasure chest that one could not obtain. Both the intermediate mana armor kits and the fire dragon potions had very low production volumes. The number of people that could actually purchase them was very low. The main reason behind the Candlelight trading firm's triumph over the overwhelming trading firm was mainly the common product known as light stones. Phoenix Rain's offer was only icing on the cake. The fact that Shurfong was willing to offer her 20% of the Candlelight trading firm's shares was entirely because of the future development potential between them, not because of the immediate profits. Guild leader Black Flame really is confident in the Candlelight trading firm. If so, I am relieved. Phoenix Rain smiled as she said, "All right, then. Since I was the one who told guild leader Black Flame to make the offer, I won't go back on my word. If it's only 20%, so be it. When the time comes, I will send someone discreet to contact you. In addition, I will also send you reports on the cities of other kingdoms and empires. If guild leader Black Flame wishes to develop further in whichever city or requires certain items, you can notify that person. That person will handle everything for you." Following which, the two signed a contract to seal the deal. Phoenix Rain's decisiveness had surprised Shurfong slightly. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, don't you feel that you are suffering a loss here?" Shurfong asked, laughing. Any normal person would undoubtedly refuse such a seemingly harsh offer. They would choose to develop their own trading firm instead. At the very least, they would be in control of said trading firm. However, even after his firm statement, Phoenix Rain had accepted the offer without hesitation. A loss? Phoenix Rain shook her head. With an innocent gaze, she said, "I don't feel that way at all because I can tell that you, Guild Leader Black Flame, feel yourself suffering an even greater loss. To put it bluntly, even though I have clearly offered you such benefits, you still don't seem to care all that much and have offered me such a low price. The only reason I can think of for such a reaction is that the Candlelight trading firm is still hiding some secret that I do not know of, and that its true value is much higher than what I have offered you today. In that case, shouldn't I be even more accepting of your offer?" Phoenix Rain's words left Shurfong completely speechless. She was truly deserving her title as the Demon Queen. With her existence, it was no wonder why even super guilds had acknowledged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion status. After Phoenix Rain quietly left, Shurfong looked at the epic treasure chest left behind by Phoenix Rain, a grin appearing on his face. He was fully capable of opening the epic treasure chest. Throughout this transaction, no matter how one looked at it, he was the one who had come out on top. If Phoenix Rain discovered this, she would certainly be disappointed. "I wonder what kind of item I can get from an epic treasure chest," Shurfong muttered, anticipation growing in his heart. In his memories, he had never even heard of an epic treasure chests. As for what he could obtain from one, he could only guess. Regardless of what item it was, it would be epic ranked at the very least. However, how could a single epic item satisfy him? In order to reap the greatest benefit from this epic treasure chest, Shurfong decided not to open it immediately, but to wait. The involvement of luck when opening a treasure chest was too significant to ignore. Currently, Icarus's heart was only dark gold rank, it had yet to reach its evolution limit. Moreover, he was only a short distance from upgrading the necklace to epic rank. With a little more time, he was confident that he could collect the remaining life force points required and upgrade the Icarus's heart once more. After all, Dark Gold rank was only the standards of mortals. Meanwhile, Epic rank belonged to the extraordinary. There was a qualitative difference between the two. When the Icarus's heart reached Epic rank, it would provide far more luck. His wisest option was to open the Epic treasure chest at that time. The first thing he needed to do was collect plenty of magic crystals. The magic crystals required to produce 88 mana stones was no small number. Not to mention, there was also the divine Colosseum, which would reveal itself in the future. That place was a bottomless pit meant for devouring magic crystals. Following which, Shifeng stored away the epic treasure chest and left the VIP reception room. He then headed towards the Starstreak trading firm. Originally, the Starstreak trading firm had been the most flourishing trading firm in White River City. However, with the rise of the Candlelight trading firm, the Starstreak trading firm's popularity had begun to roll downhill. Currently, the only reason that players still visited this place was to purchase some common products that only NPCs sold. Even so, the Starstreak trading firm still offered Shifeng a lot of benefits. An NPC had established the Starstreak trading firm. Including White River City, it had shops in a total of 8 cities. Moreover, unlike player-owned shops, there was no city tax on the goods available in its shops. Hence, Shifeng still sold some advanced goods at the Starstreak trading firm, though that was only limited to the shops located in cities without the Candlelight trading firm. "Your Excellency Yifeng, you've arrived," Anna, who was currently busy with work, hurriedly greeted Shifeng when she saw him enter the president's office. "Yes, please notify President Henry and tell him that I have completed the task he entrusted me with." Shifeng nodded in reply. He then said, "However, I want to change my remuneration." Chapter 567, Give or Take. As soon as Anna heard these words, she left the president's office to invite President Henry over. After watching Anna leave, Shifeng examined the documents on the table. These documents were the business listings of the Starstreak trading firm's purchases, shipments, and other such dealings. However, all of these dealings had been organized by Anna herself. Anna was an NPC who possessed 91 intelligence. Such NPCs were extremely rare in God's domain. If she became a guard, her potential would be nearly limitless. Hence, Shifeng wished to negotiate with Henry. The quests that NPCs commissioned were not without room for change. It only depended on whether or not the player involved possessed the strength to make such changes. Previously, the reward they had agreed upon was a Tier 4 magic scroll that would allow him to reach the Dark Den easily and obtain the Bible of Darkness. However, Shifeng felt that something was amiss. No matter how one looked at it, the task of managing the Starstreak trading firm was one part of an epic quest. The reward for completing it should not be limited to just the tool required to proceed to the next phase. If it were so, what's the difference between obtaining a reward and not obtaining one? Thus, Shifeng felt that he could fight for more as there might be some mysteries hidden within. It was especially true for the assistant, Anna. After the battle with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the various large guilds in God's domain had begun thinking of ways to obtain powerful NPC guards. However, how could powerful guards possibly be that easy to find? Take Anna for example. She was an extremely powerful guard. However, who would possibly believe that a weak and delicate young lady like her could become a guard with vast potential? If Shifeng had not accidentally looked at Anna's attributes, he, too, would not have realized that she was so capable. If he allowed Anna to become an adventurer, with her intelligence, she could reach astonishing heights. Although she would not be as powerful as Kite, she might still become a fine gold-ranked guard. Dark gold-ranked guards were legends in God's domain. Based on Shifeng's understanding, only a few people had managed to recruit dark gold-ranked guards in the past. The guards owned by the majority of the players in the game were bronze or mysterious iron rank. Even finding a secret silver ranked guard was considered lucky, not to mention fine gold rank. Although a fine gold ranked guard was not invincible against enemies of the same tier and level, it was still significantly stronger than monsters of the same tier. Fighting players of the same tier and level would be even easier. Furthermore, Anna was a magical class. The majority of the NPCs in God's domain were physical classes, magical classes were very rare. Magical classes were different from physical classes. They could not be used against bosses and could only attack from the rear line. To a guild, however, a magical class's value far surpassed a physical class. Magical class NPCs knew plenty of AoE spells and possessed strategic-level large-scale destruction spells. In a guild war or against field bosses, these NPCs were frightening existences. Hence, the various large guilds would usually prioritize magical class NPCs as their personal guards. Because of this, on the market, the value of a bronze-ranked magical guard could rival even that of a mysterious iron-ranked physical guard. If Anna were a fine gold-ranked magical guard, she would be no less valuable than Kite. No matter what, I must obtain Anna. Shifeng grew excited just thinking about it. As a Viscount, he only had 2 slots for personal guards. If he could fill those slots with a dark gold-ranked physical guard and a fine gold-ranked magical guard. A combination like that would have scared people to death in his past life. With the presence of these 2 personal guards, defeating a field boss of the same tier would be an effortless task. After Shifeng had waited in the magnificent and grand president's office for some time, the dignified and elegant President Henry entered the room. However, behind President Henry was a level 180 tier 3 berserker. Shifeng could not help but frown slightly. Whether it was among players or NPCs, a tier 3 class was considered a big shot. In White River City, such an NPC would be at the same level as an overlord. Although the Starstreak trading firm was one of White River City's top trading firms, it definitely could not afford to hire a level 180 Berserker King as a guard. Your Excellency Yifeng, you have truly surprised me. I did not expect that you would actually complete this quest so quickly. Henry chuckled. Here, allow me to introduce you. This man beside me is the Berserker King Schneider. He is an expert our trading firm has invited from Starmoon City to annihilate the Black Scorpion Corps. Greetings, Your Majesty Schneider, I am Yifeng, an adventurer, Shifeng introduced himself. In response, however, Schneider only glanced at Shifeng without saying a word. He showed no signs of being interested in Shifeng's acquaintance. However, Shifeng was not bothered by Schneider's reaction. In truth, NPCs in God's domain were largely similar to real humans. A Tier 3 Berserker King NPC like Schneider was considered a powerful force in a city like White River City. On the other hand, Shifeng was only a Tier 1 player. In Schneider's eyes, he was no different than an ant. Humans would not speak to ants. Schneider's attitude towards Shifeng was normal. In the past, while Shifeng had been working on a quest, even though he was a Tier 3 Sword King, a Tier 4 NPC had robbed him. One could say that Shifeng had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Of course, if Shifeng were currently a Tier 3 player, Schneider would not be treating him so coldly. In the past virtual reality games, NPCs had always felt distant, detached. It felt as if NPCs and players lived in 2 different worlds. However, the NPCs of God's domain were different, they were extremely lifelike. If a player treated these NPCs as stupid and useless objects, then these NPCs would grant said player the full experience of passing through hell. May I know what Your Excellency wishes to discuss with me? Henry asked, not paying any heed to Shifeng and Schneider's exchange. I want to make a deal with you, Shifeng stated. Laughing, he continued, while I have been responsible for managing the Starstreak trading firm, Anna has helped me significantly. It was only because of her that I have lived up to your expectations and reached the goal of earning 30,000 gold. Hence, I now wish to recruit Miss Anna as my personal assistant. Naturally, I am willing to pay the appropriate price. Aside from the 30,000 gold you have requested, I am willing to offer an additional 3,000 gold. May I know what you think of this offer? Anna, who stood beside Shifeng, was stunned, her delicate mouth parting as she stared at Shifeng in disbelief. The advanced NPCs working at the trading firm only made a monthly salary of several gold. Yet, Shifeng had offered 3,000 gold to poach her. Anna wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Schneider, who had paid Shifeng no mind, was awestruck. As a Tier 3 Berserker King, he had only been offered 1,000 gold to deal with the Black Scorpion Core. That was enough to allow him to purchase an epic item to increase his strength. Naturally, if he could recover the Starstreak trading firm's stolen merchandise, he could earn a bonus. Even then, however, he would not earn as much as 3,000 gold. At this moment, Schneider no longer looked at Shifeng as if he were an ant, his gaze towards the layer had softened. Henry squinted his eyes as he evaluated Shifeng carefully. After a short moment, he sighed, smiling as he said, "Your Excellency Yifeng, it is not that I do not wish to let Anna go, but our Starstreak trading firm simply cannot do without Anna. Just like how Your Excellency has taken a liking to Anna's talent, it is only because of her that the Starstreak trading firm has its position today. Please forgive me for refusing your offer." 5,000 gold. Shifeng made a new offer without hesitation. To NPCs, this was an astronomical price. Such an amount of money was sufficient for the Starstreak trading firm to hire several hundred advanced NPCs. This won't do. As you can see, Anna is responsible for so much daily profit. For the sake of the trading firm, I am afraid I cannot accept your offer, Henry said, his expression revealing his struggle. Merchants were all about profits. This held true in both the real world and the virtual world. 6,000 gold. I won't go any higher. If you still refuse my offer, I can only choose to hire Mr. Schneider beside you and have him take Anna's contract for me by force, Shifeng said as he looked at Schneider, grinning. Chapter 568, Epic Ranked Tool. The moment Shifeng said these words, Schneider's eyes suddenly glowed. It was obvious that the Berserker King was tempted. The Starstreak trading firm had only offered him 1,000 gold as remuneration for getting rid of the Black Scorpion Core. However, the captain of the Black Scorpion Core was a Tier 3 expert. It would not be easy for him to secure a victory. Not to mention, the captain of the Black Scorpion Core also had plenty of underlings. On the other hand, taking a single contract from the president of the Starstreak trading firm would be child's play, and the remuneration he would obtain was 6 times what the Starstreak trading firm had offered him. Sure enough, there is room for negotiation in this quest. Seeing Schneider's tempted gaze, Shifeng knew that he was in for a show. As one part of an epic quest, how could the final reward possibly be limited to a ticket leading to the next phase of the quest? Moreover, a Tier 3 NPC would be considered a big shot in whichever city they visited. Such a character would not appear in a small place like the Starstreak trading firm for no good reason. At this moment, Henry could no longer remain calm. Hurriedly, he said, "Your Excellency Yifeng must be joking. Since you are so sincere, I believe that Anna will have a better future if she follows your Excellency." After Henry agreed, he immediately took out Anna's contract. Shifeng also handed over 36,000 gold without hesitation. This was all of the capital currently in his possession. If not for the candlelight trading firm and guild residents earning him quite a lot of money these past few days, he would not have had so many coins. After this transaction, he was a pauper once more. However, Shifeng did not mind. Coins were meant to be spent. Otherwise, by the time players reached higher levels, the value of gold would depreciate. Moreover, this exchange had been a bargain. After all, he had only spent 6,000 gold to obtain a possible fine gold ranked guard. In the past, even mysterious iron-ranked physical guards went for over 1,000 gold, the price was equivalent to an epic item of average quality. If it were a secret silver physical guard, that price would multiply by tenfold, reaching over 10,000 gold. Meanwhile, the cost for a secret silver magical guard would multiply by another 10. In other words, the value of a secret silver-ranked magical guard was at least 100,000 gold. Even so, the supply of secret silver magical guards was practically non-existent. Anyone who discovered such guards would keep them for their own. Nobody would be so foolish as to give a secret silver magical guard away, to say nothing of fine gold-ranked guards. After Shifeng obtained Anna's contract, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System, Anna's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points. Your Excellency Yifeng, this is the Tier 4 magic scroll that President Henry promised you, Anna said as she revealed a tattered scroll surrounded by a flashing purple glow. Although the scroll looked worn, the magic power contained within caused even Schneider, a Tier 3 Berserker King, to palpitate with fear. There was even less of a need to mention Shifeng, who was only a Tier 1, Blade Saint. The power within a Tier 4 magic scroll was the equivalent of a full-powered blow from a Tier 4 class. It could easily and heavily injure a Tier 4 class. It could even wound a Tier 5 class, not to mention Tier 3 classes or ant-like Tier 1 classes. A magic scroll that has survived through the ancient times is extraordinary. It can practically rival the strength of an epic item. After receiving the scroll, Shifeng examined the item. Immediately, he discovered just how powerful this Tier 4 magic scroll was. Shifeng had seen plenty of Tier 3 magic scrolls and had also used many before. However, this was his first time seeing a Tier 4 magic scroll. Normally, magic scrolls were consumable items, they would become useless after one use. However, this magic scroll that had been passed down from ancient times could be used multiple times. But there was a limit to how many times it could be used and conditions for each use. Position Teleportation Scroll, Tier 4 Magic Scroll. Allows player to move to any desired location, unable to teleport to certain special locations. Can be used a maximum of 10 times. After each usage, requires 5 mana stones to replenish the scroll's magic power. Cooldown, 3 days. Current uses 0/10. 10 uses. In other words, it was the equivalent of having 10 Tier 4 position teleportation scrolls. This magic scroll was even more valuable than an ordinary epic item. With this scroll, I can access areas that can't be reached with my current level. Shifeng stored the position teleportation scroll with a satisfied expression, overjoyed. As a reincarnator, he knew many secret locations throughout God's domain. Only, he could not reach those locations due to the limitations of his current level. However, with this position teleportation scroll, he could easily travel to those secret areas that hid boundless treasures. God's domain was massive. The higher level a map was, the fewer teleportation magic arrays it would have. As for locations with bountiful opportunities and treasures, there were practically no teleportation arrays there. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to reach these maps. God's domain's hidden maps were an example. The system map would not display these areas, and players had to uncover these secrets on their own. Every secret location was a huge treasure trove. It was the equivalent of a large field dungeon. A guild could raise its strength swiftly in these maps. Hence, scrambles over such secret locations had frequently happened in Shifeng's previous life. There were also many guilds that had risen to prominence due to these secret locations. However, it was not easy to travel to a secret location as one would encounter many dangers on their journey. Even an elite team had a high chance of facing complete annihilation, not to mention ordinary players. Only when players exceeded the level of these maps could they adventure to some low-level treasured lands. Meanwhile, with the position teleportation scroll, Shifeng could teleport directly to his target. Although he would still face plenty of danger after arriving, he would face significantly less than he would by traveling there on foot. After completing the quest, Shifeng did not hurry to complete the final phase of the epic quest Darkness Descends. Instead, he led Anna to the Adventurers Association. If players wished to recruit an NPC to serve as their guard, the NPC first needed an adventure class. However, most of the NPCs in God's domain were ordinary people. They did not possess an adventure class at all. Hence, if players wished to recruit such NPCs as their guards, they needed these NPCs to register at the Adventurers Association. At the same time, they were also required to select a specific class for these NPCs, allowing them to learn and train to become an adventurer. Only then could these NPCs become a player's guards. At this time, Shifeng entered the Adventurers Association's main hall. Despite it being daytime right now, there was still a large number of players present. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were several hundred players here. Of course, these players had not come to the Adventurers Association because they had too much time on their hands. They had all come here specifically for their NPC guards. Due to Zero Wing's famous battle, many players had discovered a never-before-seen road to success. Even if their personal strength was lacking, they could nurture a guard to improve their own strength. If a player wanted to recruit a personal guard, they had to become a baron in their city first. They would then obtain one slot to recruit a personal guard. However, a lot of time was required to become a baron, and many players could not wait that long. Hence, they would first look for some NPCs they thought highly of and try to deepen their relationship with these NPCs. That way, by the time their reputation reached a sufficient amount, they could immediately reach out to these NPCs and recruit them as their guards. In God's domain, the higher tiered an NPC was, the more difficult it would be for a player to deepen their relationship with said NPC. Of all the NPCs in God's domain, ordinary civilians were the easiest to form a relationship with. However, it was not easy for the inhabitants of God's domain to become adventurers. If a player could help an ordinary civilian become an adventurer, their relationship with said NPC would deepen significantly. Fortunately, players had that ability. Only, whether an NPC was actually capable of becoming an adventurer depended on their own potential and attributes, and this was information that players had no access to. In addition, players had a limited number of recommendations per week. After using up their recommendations, they had to wait another week before their chances refreshed. Therefore, when choosing ordinary NPCs, a player's foresight was extremely important. If a player was unlucky, they could only search for other NPCs. If they were lucky, then they could begin deepening their relationship with said NPC earlier. There sure are a lot of people here. Shifeng could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw the long line of over 100 players. This could be considered a form of digging his own grave, right? Chapter 569, SSS Rank. The Adventurers Association's review of an NPC's ability to become an adventurer was a tedious one. The first evaluation was of the NPC in question's various attributes, followed by a test for the NPC's suitability of the various classes. Only after these two tests were complete could the Adventurers Association determine whether an NPC was suited to become an adventurer or not. In total, each NPC's review lasted roughly 2 minutes. Watching players happily enter the testing room with their chosen NPCs and leave in tears made many of the players in line grow anxious. Isn't the success rate a little too low? Out of the 20 people I have seen enter the testing room, only one came out with a successful result. And even then, the strength of that person's NPC was only mediocre. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to obtain such a powerful NPC, a male cleric with a pointed nose said, sighing. It is possible that Zero Wing recruited an NPC who was already an adventurer, to begin with. My teammates had already come here to recommend their own NPCs. However, only 3 of the chosen NPCs became adventurers, though they received low ratings. They don't really have any significant potential, a burly male berserker, complained. Unfortunately, nobody on my team is even a baron, so we can't recruit any guards or see the NPC's exact data. We can only confirm their standards based on the evaluation. I heard that the best guard Overwhelming Smile has managed to recruit is only Mysterious Iron Rank. I wonder if the NPC that spent more than half a day searching for will become an adventurer. If it's a success, I'll make a fortune. The players queuing up to have their chosen NPCs tested discussed Zero Wings Guard, Kite. They all hoped that they could luck out and encounter an NPC like him as well. At that time, luxury cars and beautiful ladies would be within their grasp. This was not an exaggeration. The various large guilds purchased powerful guards through the virtual trade center at astronomical prices. Even bronze guards sold for 100 gold or so, whereas mysterious iron guards sold for 500 gold. As for secret silver rank, the price would multiply by tenfold. If those coins were converted to credits, it was enough to allow an ordinary person to live the rest of their lives without working. However, even now, no one had offered any mysterious iron guards for sale, much less secret silver. A moment later, a ranger left the testing room with an excited expression. Loudly flaunting to his own party members, he said, "Ha ha ha. Let's head to the Rose Bar. I'll treat everyone to a cup of ice-fire wine." Rose Bar was one of White River City's high-class bars. Meanwhile, the ice-fire wine was a must-try drink, and it was extremely popular among players. However, the drink was not cheap, with each cup costing 10 silver. Even elite players only occasionally ordered a cup to sate their addiction. If they drank a cup every day, they would become a pauper very quickly. "Sure, but what was your test result?" one of the ranger's teammates asked curiously. "My NPC can become an adventurer. Moreover, he even obtained a B rank rating for the Shield Warrior's evaluation. They say he'll become a powerful shield warrior in the future," the ranger boasted. "Lucky. This is by far the highest rating I've heard of. Our party's success will rely on you in the future," an elementalist said excitedly. The watching crowd looked at the ranger enviously when they heard about his NPC's B rank. They could not help but wish they could snatch the ranger's chosen NPC for themselves. Unfortunately, the main god system had long since set it so that the NPCs that had been recommended by a player would receive protection. Within 10 days, no other player could increase their favorability with the NPC in question. Hence, it was not possible to steal an NPC from another player. A period of 10 days was enough to allow a player to deepen their relationship with an NPC significantly. If one worked hard, they could even accumulate sufficient reputation and become a baron. Normally, in order for an NPC to become an adventurer, they needed to receive a D rank rating or higher on a particular class. B rank rating? Shi Feng could not help his surprise. In truth, the evaluation given by the Adventurers Association's test could not completely determine an NPC's potential. It was only a rough estimation. It was just like how one would receive a pass on a test, but in reality, the passing mark for the test ranged between 60 and 100 marks. The same principle applied to the Adventurers Association's test. The test was very general, so the final results would not always be accurate. It could only determine the upper limit of an NPC's potential, not their actual potential. Normally, NPCs that received a D rank would end up a common guard with limited growth potential. These NPCs were not worth the time it took to nurture them as personal guards. Only D rank NPCs who were specialized in certain attributes could become bronze guards. However, the chances of finding those NPCs were very low. In other words, a D rank NPC's potential ranged between common and bronze rank. However, only after these NPCs became guards would one know their exact growth potential. Meanwhile, C rank NPCs could become mysterious iron guards. As for B rank NPCs, they had a strong chance of becoming bronze guards and a certain probability to become mysterious iron guards. There was also a relatively good chance for B-rank NPCs to become secret silver guards. Unless one had somehow offended the main god system in their previous lives, there was almost no chance for a B-rank NPC to end up a common guard. Of course, A rank stood above B rank. Extremely few NPCs would receive this rating. Even in his previous life, Shi Feng had never personally encountered an NPC who had received an A rank. An NPC with an A rank was a dragon or phoenix among men. As for an A rank NPC's potential range, it was between bronze and fine gold rank. In the past, out of all the NPCs he had recommended, the highest rating he had obtained was B rank. After recruiting said NPC as his guard, he, fortunately, had ended up with a secret silver guard. This time, however, Shi Feng already knew Anna's base attributes. Based on his guard's attributes in his previous life, Shi Feng was sure that Anna would receive a very high rating. Lord Viscount, I apologize for the long wait. Please, follow me, the test officer said respectfully after glancing at Shi Feng. A Viscount was already a grand noble in White River City. They were far more powerful than ordinary nobles. Not only could they recruit 50 ordinary guards, but they also had 2 slots for personal guards. Shi Feng nodded and followed the test officer into the testing room. Lord Viscount, based on the Adventurers Association's rules, each test will cost you 10 silver. As my lord is a Viscount of White River City, you can enjoy a 20% discount, so my lord only needs to pay 8 silver per test, the test officer explained uneasily as he arrived before the test apparatus. Here. Shi Feng readily handed over 8 silver coins, inwardly cursing the Adventurers Association. Magic crystals powered the test apparatus. How much was a magic crystal worth on the market? Moreover, each magic crystal could be used dozens of times. Yet, the Adventurers Association charged 10 silver for every test. In other words, the Adventurers Association earned a profit of dozens of times the actual cost. It was far more profitable than any other industry. However, it was due to the fact players were required to spend money on many aspects of the game that allowed the coins of God's domain to remain extremely rare and valuable. Following which, Anna walked up to the test apparatus and began her potential evaluation. Time seemed to crawl by. However, even after 2 full minutes had passed, the test apparatus had yet to produce a conclusion. On the contrary, due to the test apparatus consuming too much power, the test officer had no choice but to replace the magic crystal powering it. 1 crystal. 2 crystals. In the end, Anna's test used a total of 5 magic crystals. At this moment, the test officer had also turned pale. Meanwhile, the result displayed showed that Anna was suited to become a summoner, and her rating for the class was SSS Rank. Chapter 570, Black Wizard. Although the cost of 5 magic crystals had turned the test officer's complexion a sickly shade of green, the lost magic crystals were of little importance compared to the final results of the evaluation. Is the test apparatus broken? The test officer hurriedly began checking the test apparatus. SSS Rank rating. This was a rating never before seen in the history of White River City. Not even in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had there ever been someone with an SSS rank. Isn't the apparatus exaggerating the result a little too much? Shi Feng was similarly skeptical. Based on what he remembered of his past life, even a decade after God's Domain's launch, there had never been an NPC who had received an SSS rank. The maximum rating known to players was S rank, and one could count such occurrences with their fingers. After an A rank NPC officially became a guard, there was a possibility for them to become a Dark Gold guard. However, the probability of this happening was so low that it was negligible. Only NPCs with S rank ratings had a decent chance of becoming a Dark Gold guard. Back when the first S rank rating NPC appeared, the news had shaken God's Domain, and many Apex characters had fought fiercely to obtain said NPC. There was a 100% probability to nurture a Dark Gold guard into a Tier 5 class. If one were willing to pay the price, there was even a possibility to nurture said NPC into a Tier 6 God-ranked guard. Back then, Tier 5 players were as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention Tier 6 God-ranked players. If a Tier 5 player emerged in a guild, it would not be strange to see the guild to celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights, not to mention obtaining a Tier 5 personal guard. A Tier 5 NPC was much stronger than a normal Tier 5 player. First of all, there was the difference in attributes. In the absence of any equipment, the base attributes of an NPC were significantly higher than a player's. The second reason was equipment. In God's domain, the equipment guards wore and that of players was different. Top-tier equipment for guards could be purchased from an NPC shop, which included epic equipment and set equipment. If one were lucky, they could even purchase a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. In other words, one could purchase top-tier equipment for a guard as long as one could afford it. As for players had to expend a ton of effort just to obtain Dark Gold equipment, not to mention epic or fragmented legendary equipment. Hence, as long as a personal guard became a Tier 5 class, their strength could immediately reach the peak of Tier 5. On the other hand, players had to obtain weapons, equipment, and other items that were suited to their Tier 5 classes, one piece at a time, slowly and gradually increase their strength. If the public knew of Anna's SSS rank, it would cause a sensation to sweep throughout the entire God's domain. "It seems that I have truly hit the jackpot this time," Shifeng said as he looked at Anna, who currently wore a blank expression, laughing. He only knew about the ratings reaching a maximum of S rank. He had never heard anything about an SSS rank. Such NPCs might have appeared in the past, but if the player involved did not reveal the information, who would know about it? Moreover, a majority of the powerful guards in the past had not been ordinary NPCs. Instead, these guards were directly recruited from NPCs who already possessed a class or high-tiered NPCs. After all, NPCs capable of reaching a high tier were extraordinary in their own right, they would have vast growth potential, naturally. However, the higher tiered an NPC was, the more difficult it would be to recruit them. It would require a lot more time and effort. Although Shifeng did not know how high Anna's growth potential could reach, with an SSS rank rating, at the very minimum, she should be a fine gold guard. After some time passed, the test officer was finally certain that nothing was wrong with the test apparatus, and he could not help but turn to look at Anna in shock. There were also hints of reverence in the test officer's gaze. "Miss Anna, you are the first person in our White River City's history to obtain an SSS rank. According to the rules of the Adventurers Association, you are now an honorary elder of the association. We will prepare a suitable epic set equipment as well as a Tier 1 class emblem for you. We will also dispatch a special instructor from the association to guide you. Please wait here for a moment." At this moment, the test officer addressed Anna with immense respect. He displayed even more humility in front of Shifeng. To NPCs, Shifeng was merely a grand noble. However, as someone with an SSS rank, Anna was destined to become a peerless powerhouse in the future, the overlord of an area. She even possessed the status of an honorary elder in the Adventurers Association. No matter how one looked at it, Anna's status far surpassed Shifeng's. "Lord Viscount, as the referrer, the Adventurers Association will also gift you a special reward. Please wait here for a moment as well." After saying so, the test officer rushed out of the testing room to contact the upper echelons of the Adventurers Association. Shifeng then went to the VIP reception room next to the testing room. Time passed little by little. Players continued to enter and leave the testing room, one after another. Yet, despite very few players leaving with a smile, the stream of players arriving to recommend the NPC of their choice was endless. "It would be great if I could obtain a test apparatus for myself." Shifeng watched the line of players enviously. Compared to the money the Adventurers Association earned from conducting tests, the candlelight trading firm only earned spare change. However, the precondition to earn money via tests was to set up an Adventurers Association of his own. Meanwhile, each city could only have one Adventurers Association. If players wished to construct an Adventurers Association of their own, they first needed to establish a town or city. After completing this quest, it should be about time to prepare. Shifeng began to consider establishing his own city. If a large guild wished to earn enough money to become self-sustaining, it needed its own territory. A guild residence was not enough, the guild would need a town. This was also why, in the past, so many guilds had fought each other to the bitter end. The profits a player-established city offered far exceeded anyone's imagination. Compared to the money one could earn from constructing their own city, the money one could earn from setting up a trading firm was nothing. Only, it was extremely difficult for players to construct their own cities. Even if players succeeded, its defense was another big problem. Although Shifeng could not yet construct his own city, he could prepare to do so. That way, by the time his guild possessed sufficient strength, he could establish a small city of his own swiftly. Meanwhile, the biggest problem one would face when constructing a city was the various resources required. The manpower and material resources required could instantly bankrupt a first-rate guild. This would be the case even for the current Zero Wing. Among the most important resources required were the forging designs for various buildings, magic array matrices, and so on. Without these key items, even if Shifeng managed to gather the required wood, stones, and other raw materials, he could only stare at them. If he wanted to obtain these forging designs and magic array matrices, he would have to raid the dark forces and large-scale team dungeons throughout the continent of God's domain. Just as Shifeng pondered about how he should go about procuring those forging designs, the heavy wooden doors of the reception room parted, and 3 NPCs walked in. Of the 3 NPCs, one was the test officer, one was a black-clothed old man wearing a black felt hat, and the other was a proud and pretty lady dressed in luxurious robes. The old man in black was a level 200 tier 4 black wizard with practically the same strength as White River City's magistrate, Weissman. He was also one of the NPCs protecting White River City. Meanwhile, the lady was a level 180 illusionist, a tier 3 class of a summoner. Chapter 571, Taboo. Both the tier 3 illusionist and the tier 4 black wizard were NPCs at the very top of White River City. With both of these great characters going out of their way to come here, one could see just how much importance the Adventurers Association was placing on Anna. "Who's the one who achieved an SSS rank?" the black wizard Glyn asked. "Association Master, Miss Anna has earned that rank," the test officer hurriedly said. Glyn's glowing green eyes immediately began to size up Anna, who stood behind Shifeng. Although Glyn's actions held no ill intent, Shifeng could still feel an immense pressure from his gaze, his movements growing sluggish as a result. If Shifeng, a tier 1 player, reacted in such a way, the pressure that an NPC, who had yet to become an adventurer, felt would be even greater. Yet, Anna showed no reaction as if she had not felt the pressure from Glyn at all. "Sure enough, your concentration is extraordinary," the black wizard Glyn laughed, satisfied. "We haven't had a talent in White River City for many years now. I didn't think that the next one would be so extraordinary. Irene, I'll leave this little lady in your care. You are the strongest summoner in our White River City's Adventurers Association. If you fail to guide her properly, I will find you. Association Master, please rest assured. I will nurture Anna with every resource I have," the tier 3 illusionist Irene said, chuckling. "All right, show this little lady around the association and familiarize her with the place for now." Glyn nodded as he caressed his white beard. He then looked at Shifeng, saying, "You must be the brat who recommended the little lady, right?" Shifeng nodded silently. The high-tiered NPCs of God's domain all possessed extremely high intelligence. As for Glyn, the association master of an adventurers' association, he possessed intelligence that far surpassed even ordinary humans. Moreover, he also wielded immense authority in White River City. A single word for him could end Shifeng's career here. Hence, before such an NPC, Shifeng had to maintain a certain degree of humility. If he dared to act conceited in front of an NPC like Glyn, he would suffer for it. In the past, only after countless players had gone down that route had they understood the importance of propriety. Since you have introduced such a genius to White River City, as the association master of White River City's Adventurers Association, I will not be stingy with you. Since you are a Tier 1 swordsman, this item should suit you. If you can master it, you will face fewer hardships on the road ahead, Glyn said as he took out a grey book surrounded by an ancient aura. The word Taboo graced the bottom right corner of this old, grey book. Taboo skill. Shifeng was stunned. There were many skills in God's domain. However, a majority of them were ordinary skills, their might was only subpar, and they could not increase a player's combat power significantly. Only those rare skills could impact a player's combat power. For example, the skills Shifeng had learned such as Thundering Flash and Thunder Flame Explosion were rare skills. These skills allowed a player to fight an enemy that was slightly stronger than they were. Meanwhile, Surekill skills were stronger than rare skills. These skills had the ability to instant kill players of the same level, changing the tide of battle. One such skill was Shifeng's Flame Burst. However, there was an even more powerful type of skill that could allow players to threaten enemies that were stronger than themselves. This type of skill was known as a Taboo skill. The grey book Glyn had just revealed was a skill book for a Taboo skill. A Taboo skill even allowed players to challenge enemies of a higher tier. The instant Shifeng received the grey book, he inspected it. Instant Strike, Tier 2 Taboo skill. Utilizing the power of thunder, instantly move in front of the target. For the next 3 seconds, attack speed increased by 500%, and each attack will deal 400% damage to the target and inflict the serious numbness effect. Instantly kill targets below 20% HP. Cooldown, 1 hour. Class restriction, Swordsman. Isn't he a little too generous? He actually gave me a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Shifeng was slightly surprised after reading the item description. Taboo skills were different from other skills. They did not require proficiency to upgrade, and players of any level could learn them. Only, one needed to fulfill certain conditions before they could learn them. Taboo skills were also categorized into different tiers. Tier 1 Taboo skills were the most common, and only players who were Tier 1 or higher could display their maximum potential. The effects of a Tier 1 Taboo skill could rival even an ordinary Tier 2 skill. Tier 2 Taboo skills were slightly rarer, and only when players obtained their Tier 2 classes could they fully display the skill's might. Their effects could rival a Tier 3 skill. Tier 3 Taboo skills were extremely rare, and only a few players would actually get the chance to learn such a skill. However, any Tier 3 players who learned such a skill would struggle to find a worthy opponent among players of the same tier because a Tier 3 Taboo skill was just as strong as a Tier 4 skill. Even a Tier 4 player would lose over half of their HP, not to mention Tier 3 players. As for Tier 4 Taboo skills, their rarity could rival even legendary items. Tier 5 Taboo skills were little more than legend. If a Tier 5 player grasped such a skill, they could even pose some threat to a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Hence, one could just imagine the rarity of a Tier 5 Taboo skill. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there had only been a single person who had learned a Tier 5 Taboo skill throughout the entire God's domain in the past. Back then, that person had become the most powerful player below Tier 6 God-ranked players as there was no Tier 5 player capable of defending against that person's Tier 5 Taboo skill. In addition, that person's skills and equipment were top-notch in God's domain. Hence, he had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 player beneath Tier 6. Currently, players' average level was only slightly over level 20. The majority of players in God's domain had not even obtained their Tier 1 classes yet. Meanwhile, Shifeng had obtained a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Even if he did not possess any level or equipment advantages, with this Tier 2 Taboo skill, it was still possible for him to instant kill any enemies that were Tier 2 or below. Even if he couldn't kill them instantly, he could still inflict heavy damage. If he factored in his level and equipment advantages, as long as he managed to grasp this Taboo skill, he would stand at the very peak of all Tier 2 classes. It was the same even if he stood against an NPC. Of course, God's domain was fair. If one wished to obtain great power, they first needed to pay the appropriate price. Although Taboo skills could increase a player's strength, the learning processes of Taboo skills and ordinary skills were different. Taboo skills could not be learned by the click of a button. One needed to train with a Taboo skill. That's right, they needed to train. Players were required to learn the movements recorded in the skill book, and at the same time, fulfill the book's learning requirements. Most importantly, one needed to achieve a completion rate of 90% or above to learn the Taboo skill. Moreover, the higher a Taboo skill's tier was, the more difficult it would be to learn it. Some Taboo skills were so difficult that even expert players could not learn them. Hence, many players who had obtained Taboo skills had complained about this in the past. However, there were even more players who gloated over their misfortune. So what if you were lucky? Even if you obtained a Tier 6 Taboo skill, what would it matter if you couldn't learn it? Due to this, Taboo skills had become many players' heartache. In the past, many players had no choice but to trade with others for a lower-tiered Taboo skill after obtaining a high-tiered Taboo skill. After all, there was no point to owning a high-tiered Taboo skill if one could not learn it. Fortunately, it is only a Tier 2 Taboo skill. If it were a Tier 3 Taboo skill, I would have no choice but to treat this thing as a decoration. Shifeng was very satisfied with the Taboo skill Instant Strike. As long as I learn this, I will have a much easier time when I go to the Dark Denver. In the past, the most powerful Taboo skill Shifeng had learned was a Tier 3 Taboo skill. However, the price and time required for learning one were simply too high. The conditions were not something players at his current level could meet. However, even a Tier 2 Taboo skill was extremely difficult for current players to learn. Other than the fact that only Tier 2 classes or above were capable of displaying the full potential of a Tier 2 Taboo skill, Tier 2 Taboo skills were labeled as Tier 2 because Tier 2 or higher players had a much easier time learning them. In the past, many Tier 3 players had only managed to learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill after a lot of struggle. One could just imagine how difficult it was to grasp a Taboo skill. Soon, Shifeng left the Adventurers Association. Currently, Anna was still a classless NPC. She would have to spend the next week building her foundations to become an adventurer. Naturally, Shifeng would not wait inside the Adventurers Association for an entire week. First and foremost, he needed to learn the Taboo skill Instant Strike. After Shifeng returned to the Candlelight Trading Firm, without hesitation, he entered a private lounge and began studying the skill book. I wonder what the conditions are. Hopefully, they won't be too harsh. Chapter 572, 100% completion rate. Inside the quiet private lounge, Shifeng impatiently opened the thick and heavy skill book. The moment Shifeng flipped to the first page of the book, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System, do you wish to bind and learn this skill book? Reminder, skill book cannot be traded once bound. Shifeng immediately chose to bind the skill book to himself. In the past, many players had bound a Taboo skill to themselves without knowing the difficulty of the Taboo skill they were about to learn, afraid that the Taboo skill would suddenly grow legs and run away. However, such a rash decision had filled many players, who had obtained high-tiered Taboo skills, with deep regret. However, the Taboo skill Shifeng had right now was only Tier 2. Even if he failed to learn it now, he could try again once he became a Tier 2 class. He would not waste this valuable taboo skill. After binding the skill book, the contents of the book finally appeared. Shi Feng promptly began studying one word at a time. Inside the skill book, other than some texts and pictorial introduction, there was a holographic video depicting the use of instant strike, which allowed players to grasp the techniques required to activate the skill quickly. Taboo skills in God's domain were similar to the spells used by magical classes, in which they were very strict about their use. When magical classes cast a spell, incantations and hand gestures were of the utmost importance, particularly when tracing runes. Only when these actions reached a certain completion rate could magical classes display great power. Taboo skills were the same. These skills relied heavily on the accuracy and fluency of the player's footwork, body movements, and attack patterns. Even the slightest mistake could result in a failure to activate the taboo skill. Compared to casting spells, players were required to have far more delicate control over their own bodies. They needed a clear understanding of each and every motion that was involved. Without realizing it, more than an hour had passed. Currently, Shi Feng was only halfway through the skill book. Any ordinary person would have long since begun to practice the taboo skill. However, Shi Feng was not in a hurry as he examined each page carefully. After more than 3 hours, Shi Feng's heart suddenly sunk, and he frowned at the gray book. Skill completion rate must reach 95%. Moreover, I'll also need to absorb 100 thunder crystals from Thunder Beast Kings. Isn't this joke going a little too far? A bitter laugh escaped Shi Feng's lips as he gazed at the instant strike skill book on the table. Although he had known that a Tier 1 class could not easily learn a Tier 2 taboo skill, he had not expected the difficulty to be so high. Shi Feng had learned a few taboo skills in the past, so he was quite knowledgeable on the topic. Tier 1 taboo skills normally required players to achieve a 90% completion rate. To ordinary players, this alone would prevent them from ever learning a Tier 1 taboo skill. Even experts would require long periods of bitter training to achieve such a high completion rate. Not to mention, there were usually other conditions that needed to be fulfilled as well. Tier 2 taboo skills normally required a completion rate of 93%. Only at Tier 3 would a taboo skill require a 95% completion rate. Yet, Instant Strike, as a Tier 2 taboo skill, required Shi Feng to achieve a 95% completion rate. However, this was still not the largest challenge. The point that had left Shi Feng truly speechless was the 100 thunder crystals that he needed to obtain through killing Thunder Beast Kings. Shi Feng was very familiar with Thunder Beast Kings. These monsters inhabited a location not far from a level 50, 100-man large-scale team dungeon. Thunder Beast King's fur was extremely valuable. It was a rare material that was required to produce equipment with the lightning resistance attribute. The monster's meat was also a must-try delicacy. If cooked properly, it could become a gourmet meal that nobody could resist after a single taste. Just a single piece of the Thunder Beast King's meat could sell for 3 gold. Hence, in the past, many players had tried to grind the Thunder Beast Kings to earn money. However, a player had to be strong enough as Thunder Beast Kings could rival Tier 3 classes of the same level. Even the weakest Thunder Beast King was a High Lord, while the majority of them were Great Lords. Even a large guild had to pay an unimaginable price if they wanted to kill a field Great Lord, not to mention independent players. Meanwhile, Thunder Crystals were treasures that the Thunder Beast Kings hid within their bodies. However, the drop rate was not 100%. Instant Strike required 100 Thunder Crystals. Even if Shi Feng sold off Zero Wing, he could not purchase so many Thunder Crystals. Shi Feng was also only level 32 at the moment. He was still a fair distance from reaching level 50. The difficulty of learning Instant Strike could already rival a Tier 3 taboo skill. The skill was definitely at the peak of Tier 2 taboo skills. Am I going to give up like this and complete my quest first? Shi Feng muttered, feeling somewhat disappointed. The epic quest Darkness Descends was not easy. It was especially true for the Dark Denver. It was a demon's nest. There would definitely be plenty of extremely powerful monsters waiting for him. If he could learn a taboo skill, it would undeniably increase his chances of completing the epic quest. If he failed the quest, he would have to face the wrath of a Tier 4 Great Demon. With his current combat power, even a Tier 3 demon could kill him easily and take over his body, much less a Tier 4 Great Demon. That need only flick its wrist to turn him into ash and dust. When Shifeng reached the final page of the skill book, he discovered that there was another paragraph of text. If skill completion rate reaches 100%, one can call forth heavenly thunder into one's own body 100 times, stimulating the power of the taboo skill without needing the aid of the thunder crystal's power. Shit! Skill completion rate of 100%. Are you kidding me? Originally, Shifeng had thought that he still had a trace of hope. After reading the completion rate requirement, however, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Even his past self had never achieved a 100% completion rate on any skill. Rumor had it that only Tier 5 taboo skills required a 100% completion rate. However, how many people in God's domain were actually capable of learning a Tier 5 taboo skill? Forget it. I should just head to the Dark Den for now. For the moment, Shifeng gave up on learning Instant Strike. This Tier 2 taboo skill was most definitely a prank from the Black Wizard Glyn. Shifeng then stored the Instant Strike skill book in his bag. He traveled to the bank and retrieved some tools and magic scrolls before activating the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, teleporting to the Dark Denver. Suddenly, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light that pierced the spatial crack that had appeared. As a demon's nest, the Dark Den was a carefully hidden location. Even if the armies of various kingdoms and empires tried to annihilate the demons, they would only find minions. The true great demons nurtured their underlings in their nests in secret. Hence, the various kingdoms and empires throughout the continent of God's domain had been helpless against demons all this time. At this moment, inside a dark cave, a spatial crack suddenly appeared near the cave's ceiling. In the next moment, a streak of light fell through the portal and landed heavily, creating a deep crater. This position teleportation scroll is a huge scam. Shifeng frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Shifeng suddenly realized that he was surrounded by demonkins. The position teleportation scroll had dropped him right in the middle of a demonkin army. Demonkin, common monster. Level 40. HP 10,000/10,000. Shifeng's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of many demonkins. The demonkins turned to Shifeng, one after another, their pitch-black eyes containing endless malice. Their gazes alone were enough to instill terror, not to mention, their violent killing intent also took form, developing into a faint blood mist. Shifeng had seen this blood mist before. If players were caught within its range, it would significantly dull their 5 senses. In God's domain, aside from having keen skills, one required powerful 5 senses to be considered an expert. However, now that Shifeng was trapped deep within the blood mist, he could no longer rely on his keen senses. Chapter 573, Another World. Such a powerful killing intent. Shifeng's 5 senses already felt greatly weakened. Whether it was his vision or intuition, it felt as if a layer of mist shrouded his entire body. He could not see clearly at all. However, compared to the demonkin army before him, what shocked Shifeng more was the sound of the system notifications reaching his ears. System, player has discovered the Dark Denver. System, all communications with the outside world will be temporarily severed. System, player has been affected by the power of darkness. All attributes decreased by 30%. Line after line of system notifications rang out, leaving Shifeng utterly speechless. He could still accept his communications being severed, but reducing his attributes by 30% as well. Wasn't this a little too harsh? Originally, the monsters here were of a higher level than him. Moreover, their numbers were also very frightening. Now that he was significantly weakened as well, the difficulty of collecting the Bible of Darkness was undoubtedly considerably higher. Looking at the group of level 40 black-skinned demonkins charging at him like a tidal wave, Shifeng felt his scalp tingling. Currently, he was only level 32. Although the demonkins did not have a level suppression effect on him, with this many of them, even if he possessed large-scale destruction spells, they would not be enough to get him out of this predicament. Having no better option, he turned around and fled to a narrow pathway. Although Shifeng's attributes had been reduced by 30%, his HP falling from over 10,000 to just over 8,000, and his strength and agility likewise seriously compromised, Shifeng's equipment was simply too good. Despite his 30% attribute reduction, his speed still greatly surpassed that of the demonkins chasing after him. Very quickly, the demonkins on his tail were eating his dust. Seeing a horde of demonkins blocking the entrance to the narrow pathway he was heading for, Shifeng immediately took out an intermediate frost grenade. Intermediate frost grenade. Effective against monsters, and players, below level 70. Deals 800 frost damage to a radius of 12 yards, freezing targets for 5 seconds, then reducing movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Each grenade cost 10 silver, enough money to sustain an ordinary player in God's domain for quite some time. To ensure he could complete this epic quest of his and obtain the Bible of Darkness, Shifeng had been provisioning all this time. Meanwhile, the frost grenades were one of these provisions of his. He had even amassed plenty of advanced frost grenades, which cost 70 silver each. The number of demonkins before him was simply too frightening. This was no longer a problem he could solve by relying on technique. He could only use absolute power to break through. Hence, this was the best time to employ the frost grenades. Tossing out one intermediate frost grenade. A large patch of demonkins was instantly frozen solid, damage of -800 emerging above their heads. A large ice flower suddenly bloomed within the originally pitch-black area. Inside this dark cave, this ice flower looked extraordinarily beautiful and holy. Another dozen or so intermediate frost grenades followed in rapid succession. Flowers of ice bloomed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, practically all the demonkins in Shifeng's way were frozen. As for the few demonkins that remained unscathed, they were no threat to Shifeng whatsoever. After a few evasive maneuvers, he was already past the demonkins' blockade. He then leaped into the narrow pathway. However, the instant Shifeng set foot in the narrow pathway, he suddenly felt death looming over him. He hurriedly activated the aura of Earth's activatable skill, Absolute Defense, becoming immune to all damage for 5 seconds. This could be considered Shifeng's most powerful life-saving skill. The instant the divine golden aura wrapped around Shifeng's body, a clangor resounded throughout the cave. Countless black threads had struck at Shifeng's body. These black threads were extremely thin. In the darkness of the cave, they were practically invisible to the naked eye. If Shifeng's intuition had not warned him of imminent death, these countless black threads might have devoured him already. It's actually a trap. This dark den really isn't giving me any chances. Shifeng felt his heart tremble momentarily when he turned back to glance at the tide of demonkins that had been chasing him just now. Any demonkin struck by the black threads immediately exploded into a cloud of black mist, becoming deader than dead. If he had been slower by even a heartbeat back then, he might very well have become one of those clouds of black mist right about now. With the black threads having passed him already, Shifeng quickly continued running forward. At this moment, he had absolute defense activated. Nothing was capable of inflicting damage on him. In other words, he had no need to fear any traps right now. Naturally, he had to put absolute defense's duration to good use. Moreover, in God's domain, the more dangerous a location was, the more profitable it was. Any place filled with plenty of traps definitely hid treasures. The presence of traps in this pathway meant that this path was not a dead end, which gave Shifeng even more reason to advance through it. During Absolute Defense's duration of 5 seconds, with even Windwalker activated, Shifeng triggered a total of 4 traps. However, Absolute Defense blocked them all. That was close. Fortunately, I have the 7 Luminaries ring. Otherwise, I wouldn't even make it past the front door. Shifeng halted his steps, breathing out a sigh of relief as he looked at the demonkins chasing after him. After receiving the attacks of multiple traps, the number of demonkins still alive numbered less than 100. Moreover, now that Absolute Defense's duration had run out, only death awaited him if he advanced rashly. Hence, he might as well deal with these demonkins in the meantime. Swinging the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng activated Skywheel Sword. Countless divine swords descended from above, immediately trapping these demonkins within the cramped space. Meanwhile, damages of over -3,000 and -6,000 points appeared over every demonkin's head. Right after that, Shifeng switched out the aura of earth for the aura of fire, then promptly cast Firestorm on these demonkins. A moment later, silence filled the poorly illuminated cave. Simultaneously, Shifeng's EXP soared. There was a difference of 8 levels between Shifeng and the demonkins. Even if the demonkins were just common monsters, the total EXP they gave was still plenty. However, at the end of the day, common monsters were still common monsters. They had dropped practically nothing at all. Following which, Shifeng patiently waited for Absolute Defense's cooldown to end before advancing down the pathway once more. By repeatedly running and stopping, Shifeng triggered an unknown number of traps before finally arriving at the exit of the narrow pathway. The instant he stepped out of the pathway, his eyes suddenly flinched. Why is there sunlight here? Shifeng wondered, unable to contain his surprise. His eyes had already adapted to the darkness of the cave. Now that he suddenly emerged into bright light, his eyes failed to adjust to the abrupt change, causing his vision to go bleary. Only after Shifeng had fully recovered did he begin surveying his surroundings. Tall mountains and flowing water. White clouds dotting the sky. Lush green forests that covered everything. How was this place a demon's abode? Even paradise paled in comparison to this place. What sort of situation is this? Shifeng turned around to look at the cave behind him. A layer of black film covered the cave entrance, and he could not see anything inside the cave at all, similar to how he had been unable to see anything outside the cave before. Did I exit from the dark den? No, that's not right. The system has not notified me that I have left the dark den. Moreover, my communication system hasn't recovered yet, proving that I have not left the dark den, and am in fact still inside the dark den. Shifeng shook his head. He had little to no understanding of the dark den. All he knew was that Fantasy Extinguisher had completed this quest in the past and had brought immeasurable improvements to his guild. Fantasy Extinguisher had never mentioned anything about the dark den itself to outsiders, so Shifeng naturally remained ignorant. Just as Shifeng was sitting quietly by the cliff outside the cave, the sound of an explosion came from below the cliff. This should be an elementalist's flame spell, Flame Dragon's Roar, right? Shifeng looked at the massive flame dragon soaring up from below the cliff. Unable to help his surprise, he muttered, "Is there an elementalist battling down below?" Chapter 574, Curse. The battle below the cliff grew in intensity as more time passed. Aside from the booming of violent elemental mana, there were also thundering roars and a constant clash of metal reverberating in the canyon. That's one intense battle. Seeing the trees being shattered and felled one after another, Shifeng could not help but take a closer look at the ongoing battle. In the forested canyon, Shifeng could see a massive shadow moving through the trees. This shadow left a trail of destruction everywhere it passed. Such a powerful monster. Judging from its strength, which allows it to sweep away all obstacles in its path, it should not be any weaker than a chieftain. Shi Feng then jumped off the cliff to take a closer look at the situation below. He had come to the dark den to complete his epic quest. This sudden battle before him might very well have some relation to the quest. Naturally, he had to go check it out. If an ordinary player were to jump down from a cliff that was over 100 meters tall, they would die the instant they landed. However, Shi Feng did not mind. When he was about 20 meters above the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body suddenly becoming as light as a feather. Due to the immense air resistance, Shi Feng's descent decelerated sharply, so he landed safely. The instant Shi Feng's feet touched the green grass, he activated omniscient eyes, allowing him to perceive every movement within a radius of 100 yards. With this, he would be able to react immediately at the first sign of danger. This was a habit he had picked up from his many years of adventuring. When dealing with the unknown, caution had the top priority. Moreover, he was currently in the dark den, a nest of demons. He needed to be even more cautious. Meanwhile, the battle happening a distance away continued to intensify, so much so that even the ground was shaking right now. When Shi Feng arrived at the battlefield, he discovered a giant black serpent over 50 meters in length swinging its tail around. With a single sweep, the serpent easily sliced apart a tree over 1 meter in diameter, leaving the surface of the cut as smooth as a mirror. With another casual swipe of its tail, the serpent split the ground, opening a deep gorge. Every one of the serpent's actions was capable of causing massive changes to its surroundings. Dark Magic Serpent, Dark Creature, Chieftain Rank. Level 42. HP 800,000/800,000. Meanwhile, fighting against the Dark Magic Serpent was a party of 6 players. Moreover, the players in this party were extremely powerful, with the average level of the party being level 29. Even in Zero Wing, only Blackie had reached this level. A level 29 shield warrior currently stood at the forefront, fending off the serpent's attacks, while 2 mages and a ranger bombarded the chieftain with a relentless stream of attacks. A druid and a cleric standing at the rear line were also continuously healing the shield warrior. For a time, the battle remained at a stalemate. Iron Wrist, be careful. It's using vicious venom, hurriedly reminded the ranger standing at the rear line when he saw the serpent's belly expanding. Relax. The shield warrior named Iron Wrist laughed, and instead of preparing to dodge, he took the initiative to charge at the Dark Magic Serpent. The Dark Magic Serpent opened its mouth and began spewing black mist into its surroundings. All vegetation that came into contact with this black mist immediately withered and turned into ash. In the next moment, the shield warrior rushing forward used shield bash on the serpent's abdomen, interrupting its skill and putting an end to the stream of black mist coming out of the monster's mouth. The black mist surrounding the chieftain began thinning out right away. However, the shield warrior was also poisoned as a result of his frontal assault, the skin all over his body turning pitch black. His HP started decreasing rapidly, losing 3,000 HP with each passing second. In the blink of an eye, the shield warrior's HP hit a critical level. Fortunately, the cleric of the party had long since been prepared for this situation. He quickly cast Detoxify on his companion, cleansing the serpent's venom just as it was about to deal damage for the 3rd time. Meanwhile, the druid beside the cleric had also promptly cast Life Restoration, healing the shield warrior for over 2,000 HP, followed by a hot effect that recovered more than 300 HP every second, pulling the shield warrior out of death's grip. Meanwhile, angered at the interruption of its skill, the Dark Magic Serpent swept its tail at the shield warrior. At this time, a golden arrow shot towards the serpent's tail. The instant the golden arrow collided with the serpent's tail, it transformed into numerous chains that tied the serpent to the ground. However, the Dark Magic Serpent's strength was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the chains binding it and resumed its attack on the shield warrior. At this moment, the elementalist of the party used Ice Wall, creating a wall of ice between the serpent's tail and the shield warrior. When the serpent's tail collided with the ice wall, its speed fell drastically. As a result, the shield warrior managed to dodge the chieftain's attack effortlessly. The entire process was like flowing water. The members of the party were perfectly attuned to one another. Despite the dark magic serpent having the advantage in levels, this party of 6 was toying with it. Such amazing coordination, Shifeng could not help but praise. Just who are these people? The dark magic serpent was a level 42 chieftain. Even a guild's elite team would do their best to avoid such a monster. Yet, right now, a party of independent players was fighting it handily. However, the thing that shocked Shifeng the most right now was the fact that there were actually other players in the Dark Den as well. The Dark Den was very mysterious and well hidden. He had arrived in this place only after using a Tier 4 magic scroll. Meanwhile, these players before him had actually managed to find their way here. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, Shifeng could not help but wish he could rush forward and question these people right away. If they truly had some other method to get to this place, he could then bring some helpers to help him complete his epic quest. That way, his chances of success would be even higher. However, he suppressed this urge of his. Instead, he remained hidden in the forest as he quietly observed this party of players. There were many incidents of players plundering other players in God's domain. Currently, this party was still in the thick of battle against the dark magic serpent. His making an appearance right now without any warning was highly likely to lead to misunderstandings. At that time, how was he supposed to get the secret of coming to this place out of them? Time passed little by little. The dark magic serpent's HP continuously decreased, and soon enough, its HP fell to 30%. SSS. The dark magic serpent suddenly hissed loudly, its entire body exuding black mist. Very quickly, this mist then wrapped around the chieftain's body and transformed into pitch-black scales. Under the bright sunshine, the scales released a blinding black light. Chieftain-ranked monsters normally entered a berserk state when their HP fell below a certain level. Currently, the dark magic serpent's HP had dropped to 30%, which just so happened to trigger the condition for going berserk. After the pitch-black scales were fully formed, the dark magic serpent was like an iron serpent. Not only had its defense and magic resistance improved significantly, but even its strength had also increased by at least 30%. Right now, its every attack shook the earth. However, the party of 6 had long since been prepared for this situation. The cursemancer of the party immediately began tracing a large number of runes in the air, while chanting verse after verse of incantations. The density of the surrounding elemental mana had also started rising sharply. Amazing! That cursemancer has actually learned the Tier 1 curse skill, Dark Storm. Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw the runes drawn out by that cursemancer. It's no wonder they dare to challenge a level 42 chieftain. In God's domain, physical taboo skills and magical curses were both skills that allowed players to combat enemies of a higher tier. However, curses were much harder to learn compared to taboo skills, since curses were much more powerful. The instant the cursemancer was done chanting the final verse of his incantation, the space surrounding the battlefield suddenly went silent as countless black blades of wind appeared surrounding the dark magic serpent. These wind blades easily pierced through the sturdy scales of the dark magic serpent. A continuous stream of black wind blades assaulted the chieftain for 3 full seconds. The dark magic serpent lost over 8,000 HP every second, losing over 20,000 HP after 3 seconds passed. Moreover, aside from these damages, the scales covering the chieftain's body had also disappeared completely, returning it to its original form. Okay, let's finish it off. The shield warrior, Iron Wrist, immediately sent a slash at the serpent. However, before this party could celebrate, a loud hiss suddenly came from the woods. SSS. At this moment, another dark magic serpent emerged from the dense forest. Chapter 575, 24 Consecutive Strikes. Damn, it actually called a companion. Iron Wrist frowned. The other party members also grew anxious at the arrival of another dark magic serpent. Facing one was already their limit. Moreover, their only curse was on cooldown, and it would be quite some time before they could use it again. Iron Wrist, what are we going to do now? The cleric at the rear line asked hurriedly. Iron Wrist looked at the dark magic serpent that they had injured heavily, before turning to look at the newly arrived chieftain that was rapidly slithering towards them. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's retreat." Although the heavily injured dark magic serpent only had 30% of its HP remaining, they would still need quite some time to kill it. Meanwhile, the dark magic serpent was unlike other chieftains. It was a chieftain that possessed a potent venom. When fighting against a dark magic serpent, if one failed to interrupt the chieftain's vicious venom skill in time, even a team of 100 players would die. If their party was fighting just one of these serpents, they could still manage to interrupt its skill. However, going up against two at the same time was impossible since their party did not have a second person capable of interrupting the other dark magic serpent's vicious venom. As long as the venomous mist of the skill spreads, only death awaited them. Hence, their only option right now was to retreat. When the others heard Iron Wrist's command, they immediately withdrew without hesitation. Unfortunately, although Iron Wrist and the others had made the correct decision in this situation, the heavily injured dark magic serpent had no intentions of letting them go. Widening its mouth, it shot jets of venom at Iron Wrist and his team. A short moment later, the other dark magic serpent caught up with the party, circled around to their rear, and used its tail swipe skill at the party's cleric and druid. Damn! Iron Wrist's complexion sank. Although he wanted to go save the two healers, the distance to them prevented him from doing so. Moreover, the dark magic serpent in front of him was also bombarding him with venom attacks. Not to mention saving others, he was having a tough time just trying to avoid being hit himself. "Leave us," the cleric named Off Fire shouted. He could not help squeezing his eyes shut when he saw the serpent's tail swiping at him. Against a level 42 chieftain like the dark magic serpent, even their party's shield warrior, Iron Wrist, could only survive 2 direct hits. As for cloth armor classes like them, the chieftain would need only 1 hit to end their lives. Boom! The earth shattered. Huh! Why am I still alive? Despite waiting for a long time, Off Fire did not feel any pain from the impact of the serpent's tail. He then cracked open his eyes, taking a peek at the dark magic serpent. Immediately, a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? At this moment, whether it was Off Fire or his fellow party members, all of them had their mouths hanging wide open. Standing before Off Fire right now was a person. Meanwhile, this person had actually blocked the dark magic serpent's attack using just one hand without so much as taking half a step back. Only, due to the immense force contained within the serpent's tail, the ground beneath this person's feet had shattered. A player had actually managed to overwhelm a level 42 chieftain. This scene was as if someone had stopped a moving truck using a single hand. How could it not be shocking? However, what the party of 6 did not know was that the reason Shifeng was able to block a level 42 chieftain's attack with just a single hand was entirely due to his activation of Heavenly Dragon's power, which doubled his strength. Otherwise, even Shifeng, with his exaggerated attributes, would not be able to receive the dark magic serpent's attack safely. You guys deal with the injured dark magic serpent. Leave this one to me, Shifeng said directly. In response, Off Fire and the others absent-mindedly nodded their heads. It was as if Shifeng was currently their party's leader. After saying so, Shifeng immediately jumped up to the space above the serpent's head. Raising the abyssal blade, he activated Thunder Flame Explosion. The power of lightning wrapped around the abyssal blade as the magic weapon landed on the dark magic serpent's head. Boom! Lightning and flames instantly washed over the dark magic serpent. Even though the chieftain possessed very high defense and magic resistance, it still suffered over -6,000 damage from the attack. Who is this person? Is it really possible for a player to be that strong? Off-Fire's jaw fell when he saw the damage Shifeng had dealt. Their party could be considered a top-tier party already. Yet, the highest damage their party could deal a dark magic serpent in a single instance was just slightly over -1,000. Meanwhile, Shifeng had managed to deal over -6,000 damage in just a single attack. His damage output alone was already more than double that of their entire party. The dark magic serpent constantly let out anguished cries as it was bathed in the power of lightning and fire. It glared at Shifeng with its chilling eyes. However, although it wished to devour Shifeng, it was powerless to do so. Other than dealing massive amounts of damage, the Tier 1 Thunder Flame explosion also had a fainted and speed reduction effect. Although the fainted effect was not particularly effective against the dark magic serpent, the speed reduction effect was highly effective. The serpent's movement speed and attack speed instantly fell to only 1/6 of its original, its movements becoming extremely sluggish. Only when Shifeng had already landed back on the ground, did the dark magic serpent's jaw, that was capable of swallowing a small car whole, begin descending towards Shifeng. Smiling, Shifeng shifted his footwork slightly, easily dodging the dark magic serpent's attempt to devour him. Turning his body, he followed up with a slash to the chieftain's mouth. The instant he struck the serpent, it went flying, and its head smashed heavily into a tree. As the tree swayed wildly, damage of over -2,000 points appeared above the serpent's head. Such a high defense. It's even higher than an ordinary lord's. Just what kind of monster is this? Shifeng clicked his tongue slightly. He had activated not only Dragon's power but also the aura of fire, which increased his damage by 40%. With his current equipment and attributes, his normal attacks should still be able to deal over -3,000 damage, even if he was up against a level 40 lord. However, when it came to the dark magic serpent, his attack only dealt more than -2,000 damage. To the level 42 chieftain, which possessed 800,000 HP, that amount of damage was practically negligible. Just its battle recovery alone could regenerate 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. That was 8,000 HP every 5 seconds. Should he encounter this dark magic serpent without Dragon's power, he would most likely have no choice but to flee. On the other side, Iron Wrist and the others had begun luring the heavily injured dark magic serpent away from Shifeng. If the two dark magic serpents used vicious venom simultaneously, even a 1,000-strong army would have to say their prayers. Seeing that Iron Wrist and the others had distanced themselves from him, Shifeng now activated 9 Dragon Slash and Phantom Kill. At the same time, he had also had his doppelganger activate its ultimate move, Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 80%. With two of them attacking the chieftain together, the battle became much more efficient. Although the doppelganger's strength was not comparable to the original, it surpassed Shifeng in terms of speed. Taking hold of the dark magic serpent's aggro, the doppelganger kited the chieftain effortlessly. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself attacked the chieftain madly from behind. Chop! Thundering Flash! Earth Splitter! Finally, both original and doppelganger used Flame Burst simultaneously. Every single one of their attacks dealt over -10,000 damage and over -20,000 damage if their attacks triggered a critical hit. Out of the 24 consecutive hits, over half achieved a critical hit. In the blink of an eye, the dark magic serpent's remaining 50% HP zeroed out. The chieftain did not even get the chance to use Berserk. The dark magic serpent's death also allowed Shifeng's EXP to soar. In addition to the difference of 10 levels, the EXP a field chieftain provided was also very generous. Aside from contributing a huge sum of EXP, the dark magic serpent dropped 7 items. Only 7 items dropped even after I activated Divine Providence. Isn't this dark magic serpent a little too miserly? Shifeng was stunned when he saw only 7 items scattered on the ground. Chapter 576, Maverick. In God's domain, a chieftain-ranked monster normally dropped around 4 or 5 items since a 20-man team could easily deal with a chieftain of the same level. As for lords, these monsters usually required 50-man or 100-man teams of the same level to defeat, and the number of items they usually dropped was above 10 pieces. At Dark Gold rank, Icarus's heart possessed 14 luck. Moreover, Divine Providence gave an additional 32 luck when activated. In total, Shifeng could raise his luck up to 46 points. With so much luck, Shifeng had a high chance of triggering a jackpot even if he were to kill a lord, not to mention a chieftain. Yet, the Dark Magic Serpent had only dropped 7 items. Moreover, all 7 of these items were very ordinary. Usually, players would have a tiny chance of obtaining fine gold equipment from field chieftains. However, among the 7 items Shifeng obtained, there was no fine gold equipment at all. There were only 2 pieces of mysterious iron equipment and 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. All 4 were level 40 equipment. As for the remaining drops, they were 3 gray crystals. Taking a look at the crystals, information showed that all 3 were common items. What is going on here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw the items the Dark Magic Serpent dropped. Despite his having such high luck, the chieftain dropped only such low-quality items. It was practically the lowest possible drop one could get from a chieftain. Shifeng then shook his head, dispelling his thoughts as he quickly stored the drops. Whatever. Best to take a look at the situation on other side for now. Although the drops he obtained were unsightly, Shifeng felt that it was somewhat reasonable after giving the matter some thought. The higher the level one reached in God's domain, the more difficult it was to obtain good equipment. When players reached level 40, the difficulty of obtaining level 40 secret silver equipment was no less than the difficulty of obtaining level 30 fine gold equipment at level 30. While Shifeng was hurrying over to Ironwrist's side of the battlefield, the fight there had yet to end. Currently, the Dark Magic Serpent still had 10% of its HP remaining. However, Ironwrist and the others were not doing too well right now. Due to the unexpected ambush earlier, the party's mages and healers had depleted themselves considerably. Now that they resumed their conquest of the heavily injured Dark Magic Serpent, they found the battle extremely taxing. Hence, even after fighting for so long, they had managed to take away only 20% of the Dark Magic Serpent's HP. Everyone, keep it up. It has only 10% of its HP left. We should hurry up and finish off this Dark Magic Serpent, so that we can go help on the other side. Ironwrist said as he blocked the chieftain's tail swipe using his shield. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they began using everything they had. The 2 mages each took out a Tier 1 magic scroll and started chanting. Tier 1 magic scrolls were life-saving items. Although the scrolls only contained Tier 1 skills, the might of the skills was much more than that of any ordinary Tier 1 skill. Most importantly, these Tier 1 magic scrolls did not require any mana to use. The ranger had also taken out 20 special arrows. These special arrows were consumable items. Although they were not as expensive as a Tier 1 magic scroll, the combined value of 20 special arrows was no less than that of 3 Tier 1 magic scrolls. The spells contained in the Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded the Dark Magic Serpent one after another, each dealing over -3,000 or -4,000 damage, 3 or 4 times more damage than what the mage's own Tier 1 spells were capable of. The 2 mages' bombardment instantly reaped over 20,000 HP from the chieftain. Meanwhile, every one of the special arrows the ranger shot dealt around -1,500 damage to the serpent. After firing all 20 arrows, the ranger inflicted a total of -30,000 plus damage to the chieftain. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Magic Serpent's HP fell to a critical level. The chieftain constantly let out anguished shrieks as the spells and arrows visited numerous terrible wounds on its body. Die! Iron Wrist shouted as he used Beheaded. The Tier 1 Beheaded could instantly kill a monster with less than 5% HP remaining at a certain probability. Iron Wrist immediately slashed his saber down on the serpent's head, dealing nearly minus 30,000 damage to the chieftain and instantly killing it. SSS. The dark magic serpent hissed one last time before its body fell to the ground. Phew, our win this time sure didn't come easy. I wonder if it dropped, the cleric, off fire, said as he breathed out a sigh of relief, his hand wiping away the sweat that had gathered on his forehead. We don't have time to care about these things. Dustwind, you stay behind and pick up the loot, Iron Wrist instructed the elementalist beside him. Everyone else, follow me. Don't forget, we still have another full HP dark magic serpent we need to take care of. Without anybody to detoxify him, that person won't be able to last too long. Although they had seen how powerful Shurfeng was, the dark magic serpent was no ordinary monster. Particularly, without a cleric to deal with the chieftain's vicious venom, it was simply impossible for someone to defeat a dark magic chieftain all alone. When everyone heard Iron Wrist's words, they immediately readjusted their moods and promptly broke out into a run towards Shurfeng's side of the battlefield. However, before they managed to take 2 steps, they stopped cold. Everyone was stupefied. A person had suddenly walked out of the forest in front of them, and this person was none other than Shurfeng, the person they were just about to go save. Moreover, Shurfeng appeared completely unscathed. He had not lost even a single HP. There was also no sign of a dark magic serpent behind him, proving that he had not escaped his battle but had instead finished it already. The dark magic serpent had an extensive hunting range. As long as one remained within this region, the dark magic serpent would not give up on its pursuit. In other words, Shurfeng had single-handedly defeated a full HP dark magic serpent. Moreover, he had killed it much, much faster than they had. The difference in strength between them was simply unimaginable. Is he a monster? Off-Fire's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shurfeng walking over slowly. Even our District 5's #1 expert, Punishment Day, isn't capable of such a feat, right? That person is definitely a Maverick, a solo expert standing at the peak of all great experts. Once we return, we can go boast to those in the 6th party. Dustwind, the level 28 elementalist, exclaimed, his gaze filled with reverence as he looked at Shurfeng. Alright, enough fooling around. Stay serious. That person is our 7th party's savior, Iron Wrist said. In fact, just like his companions, Iron Wrist, too, was inwardly shocked by Shurfeng. It was definitely an honor to be able to become acquainted with such a solo expert out in the fields. While Iron Wrist and the others were happily chatting together, Shurfeng, who had overheard their conversation, grew confused. District 5. This was the first time Shurfeng had heard this term. In addition, Maverick. Did these people not see the guild emblem on his chest? Moreover, looking at the reverence in their eyes, it seemed that what they revered was not his strength, but more of the fact that he was a Maverick, instead. That's right, we're the 7th party of District 5, and I am the party leader of the 7th party, Iron Wrist. We are truly grateful for your help before, Sir Expert. Otherwise, our party would have truly been finished, Iron Wrist said gratefully. Hearing Iron Wrist's words, Shurfeng grew even more confused. May I ask if this place is the Dark Den? Shurfeng asked. Dark Den? I've never heard of such a place. Our party only operates in areas close to District 5. We've never ventured anywhere too far. I sincerely apologize for not being able to offer any help, Iron Wrist replied after giving Shurfeng's question some thought. However, the other parties in District 5 might know something about it. After all, the area our 7th party has explored is somewhat smaller than what the others have. Why don't you follow us back to District 5? I can help you ask around the other parties. Alright, I'll have to trouble you, then, Shurfeng agreed after thinking it over. Shurfeng could tell that Iron Wrist had not lied. However, the shield warrior's words left him thoroughly muddle-headed. He might as well go to this District 5 and take a look around. Meanwhile, when Ironwrist's party heard Shifeng agree to accompany them back to District 5, they all showed excited expressions. Chapter 577, Chapter of Darkness. While Shifeng was patiently waiting for Ironwrist's party to collect their loot, he suddenly discovered an astonishing matter. The loot of the dark magic serpent had exceeded his expectations entirely. The serpent Ironwrist and his party killed had dropped only 3 items, with 2 of them being level 40 mysterious iron equipment. The third item was a piece of grey crystal. Aside from those, there was nothing else. Their loot was miles short of the 7 items he had gotten. It seems that the loot of the dark magic serpent really is terrible. When Shifeng looked at the drops Ironwrist's party obtained, he realized that his luck before hadn't been bad at all. Just as Shifeng was about to lament the paucity of the dark magic serpent's loot, Dustwind, the elementalist of the party, suddenly jumped up in joy. "We've lucked out. It actually dropped." Dustwind laughed. "Really? Let me see." Off-Fire rushed to the elementalist, the expression on his face right now as if he had just won the lottery. "We've only been hunting dark magic serpents for 4 days, yet we've already managed to obtain it. That can't be, right?" Likewise, everyone else in the party ran over to the elementalist, one after another, excited expressions on their faces. Shifeng could not help but be stunned at this sight. He had long since peeked at the party's loot using omniscient eyes. Although level 40 mysterious iron equipment was indeed a rare item right now, it was still useless to current players. Moreover, its basic attributes were only slightly better than level 30 fine gold equipment. With the strength of Ironwrist's party, would level 40 mysterious iron equipment be able to even enter their eyes by the time they reached level 40? Was there a need to get this excited? Wah! Leader, it really dropped. We've hit the jackpot this time. Off-Fire said as he showed off the grey crystal in his hand to Ironwrist. After Ironwrist accepted the grey crystal, he took a look at it before gritting his teeth and passing it to Shifeng, saying, "Brother expert, you saved our 7th party. We don't really have anything we can offer to you in gratitude, so please accept this soul crystal on our behalf." This, Shifeng was stunned momentarily. He then said, "Instead of giving me this item, I hope that Brother Ironwrist can help me ask around on some matters. You can take this item as remuneration for your efforts." "This won't do. The value of a single soul crystal far surpasses the price required for us to ask around for information," Ironwrist refused. He then pondered slightly before continuing, "Why don't I use gemstones of equal value to trade for it?" Gemstones were not foreign to players of God's domain. One could say that they were one of the hard currencies of God's domain. They could be inlaid into equipment to improve said equipment's attributes. However, during the initial stages of God's domain, gemstones were extremely rare. Hence, the prices for these items were also very high. Currently, a single Tier 1 gemstone, which was capable of increasing a single attribute by 3 points, cost around 10 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, capable of increasing a single attribute by 6 points, they cost around 90 silver. Among the variety of Tier 2 gemstones, the ones that increased strength, agility, or intelligence could sell for up to 1 gold. To current players, the best gemstones obtainable right now were Tier 2 gemstones. Sure, Shifeng agreed. Great. Our party has a total of 23 Tier 2 gemstones and 89 Tier 1 gemstones. However, we don't have too many on hand right now, most of them are in our warehouses. Can I pass you the remaining ones after we return to the district? Ironwrist asked, somewhat embarrassed. Shifeng was greatly shocked by the shield warrior's offer. If he sold all these gemstones, he could get roughly 30 gold in total. Moreover, that 30 gold was only part of the soul crystal's actual value. Since Shifeng had already promised to exchange it, he naturally would not regret his decision. Hence, he promptly accepted all the gemstones Iron Wrist currently had on him. Shifeng could tell how desperate Iron Wrist and his party members were for the grey crystal. Moreover, it seemed that they had come here solely to farm for this soul crystal. In any case, Shifeng had no use for this item right now. He also had another 3 crystals sitting inside his bag. If he really needed more in the future, he could simply come and kill more dark magic serpents. With divine providence, he could easily obtain plenty of soul crystals. Following which, Shifeng accompanied Iron Wrist and the others back to District 5. To put it simply, District 5 was an area enclosed within a gigantic magic array. There was a small town inside this area, and the number of players residing within this town was relatively low. Although there were not many players here, the players had very high levels. Every one of them was level 26 or above. They were higher leveled than even the elite players of guilds. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of very high quality, with the weakest being mysterious iron equipment, and the majority being secret silver equipment. Only the elite members of Zero Wing could possibly compare to these ordinary players. Why aren't there any NPCs guards here? Shifeng could not help but ask. After surveying the streets for a while, he had not seen any NPC guards whatsoever. NPC guards were normally used to maintain town security and to prevent fights between players. Not having any NPC guards was not good news to ordinary players. NPC guards? What's that? Iron Wrist asked curiously. They're NPCs meant to maintain the security of the town and prevent players from trying to kill each other, Shifeng replied, surprised. District 5 doesn't have such NPCs, as we're inside a safe zone. Within the safe zone, no player can attack anyone. Hence, town security is very high. Moreover, our District 5 is very powerful. We've accumulated enough soul crystals to even establish a new training facility already. On the other hand, Districts 6 and 7 are only able to defend themselves against monster assaults, Iron Wrist proudly explained. I see. Shifeng nodded. He more or less understood what was going on now. God's Domain was an extremely mysterious game. The main God system was also constantly expanding God's Domain itself. Depending on the region a player resided in, the gameplay they experienced would indeed be somewhat different. Shifeng had encountered such situations a few times in the past. Only, he had not expected the gameplay here to be this different from where he came from. It felt as if the players here were playing a city-building game, protecting and developing the cities they belonged to. This was just like how a guild would establish their own town or city. However, there was yet to be a single guild capable of constructing their own city. Soon, Iron Wrist and his party set out to help Shifeng gather information related to the Dark Denver. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself went to a bar to collect information about this place. Did you hear? Our few districts have recently joined forces and are preparing to go on a crusade against Gloomy Valley. The Crusading army is currently recruiting members as well. As long as we can get rid of the Great Lord Noya inside Gloomy Valley, we will be able to open up new maps, a guardian knight inside the bar said to his companions after taking a sip of red wine. I heard that the top 10 parties of our District 5 can join the Crusading army directly. Unfortunately, my party is ranked more than 50, and will have to pass a test if we want to join the coalition, an assassin said with disappointment. That's right. As long as we can defeat the Great Lord, we will be able to obtain the Chapter of Darkness. At which point, the monster assaults will become much easier to handle. For a time, everyone inside the bar discussed matters related to Gloomy Valley, Chapter of Darkness. Shifeng suddenly thought about the Bible of Darkness when he heard about the Chapter of Darkness. Is there some sort of connection between the two? His quest required him to obtain the Bible of Darkness. However, he had no clue as to how he should go about doing so. Meanwhile, the Chapter of Darkness could possibly be an important clue. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Gloomy Valley myself, Shifeng quietly muttered. Chapter 578, District 5. Time passed little by little. Before he knew it, Shifeng had spent over an hour inside the bar already. Although he had not done anything in particular, he had gained an enormous harvest. The bar was somewhere players often conversed and exchanged information with each other, so collecting information was effortless, particularly information regarding District 5. After going through the information he had, Shifeng finally understood what kind of place District 5 was. He could not help but admit that it was similar to the real world. To put it simply, District 5 was a simple shelter that allowed players to stay at a close distance to high-leveled monsters, removing the need to waste large amounts of time on travel. As there were no teleportation arrays here, players had to rely on their own 2 feet to get anywhere. Due to the large number of ferocious monsters in the area, players would generally form parties when venturing into the fields, not daring to go solo. Any player capable of moving solo in the fields was an expert among experts. These solo players were known as Mavericks, and they were the definition of strength. Hence, they were admired by many players. Besides that, shelters also served as a defensive measure against monster assaults because the nights in this place was extremely terrifying. How terrifying were they? At nighttime, monsters would group up and actively assault players. Even a 100-man team would not survive without the protection of the shelter. Moreover, even if players were inside the shelter, they still needed to face the tsunami of monsters. Hence, the players here had no choice but to work together to fend off these monsters. If the shelter were compromised, then the activity range of players would be similarly affected. They would have no choice but to move their base of operations to a lower-level region. In the future, if they wished to grind high-level monsters, they would have to waste a lot of time traveling from a low-level region to a high-level region. Meanwhile, the nights here were longer than days. Out of the 48 hours in each day, 30 hours consisted of nighttime with only 18 hours of daytime. The time available for players to level up and improve themselves was much more limited. This situation further emphasized the importance of shelters. After all, if players were to waste 8 to 9 hours on travel every day, how were they supposed to level up? Nevertheless, it was this dire situation that allowed the players here to have very high levels. District 5 was one of the shelters located in a high-level region. The players here did not have to waste a large amount of time on travel to encounter high-level monsters, go to high-level dungeons, or take on high-level quests. As the players here had to face the assault of a monster army every night, not only could they gain a considerable amount of EXP from killing these monsters, but they could also take the opportunity to complete high-level quests, obtaining significant sums of money and equipment. Meanwhile, the most precious resource for a shelter was the Soul Crystal. This item could be used to strengthen the magic array enveloping the shelter, significantly weakening the monsters within the magic array's range and giving players an easier time pushing back the monster armies. If players donated soul crystals to the shelter, they could receive large amounts of contribution shares in return. Contribution shares were equivalent to money in shelters, and players could use these points to purchase some specific items to strengthen themselves. For example, the Tier 1 curse that Iron Wrist's party wielded was one of the good items acquired using contribution shares. Hence, the players here had a great desire for soul crystals. Only, this item was truly useless to Shifeng. He would not be living in this place. He was only going to stay here as a guest until he completed his quest. Although the soul crystals are useless to me, it won't be a bad idea to exchange them for some gemstones. Shifeng suddenly thought of a good idea to make money as he looked at the 3 soul crystals inside his bag. Compared to the outside world, gemstones were much more easily obtained in this place. During the monster attacks at night, there was no lack of chieftain and lord-ranked monsters. Chieftains had a high chance of dropping Tier 1 gemstones, while lords might even drop Tier 2 gemstones. Hence, the supply of gemstones here was much higher. In the outside world, players very rarely had the chance to inlay gemstones into their equipment. In here, however, it was very normal for players to have all the equipment on their bodies inlaid with gemstones. As a result, the basic attributes of the players here were much higher than those of players in the outside world. Meanwhile, the prices of gemstones here were also much cheaper. Outside, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 10 silver, whereas Tier 2 gemstones sold for 90 silver to 1 gold per piece. In here, however, 5 silver could buy a Tier 1 gemstone, whereas Tier 2 gemstones only cost around 40 silver. As for soul crystals, each piece could sell for up to 40 gold. Even then, players would still fight to buy it. The drop rate of soul crystals was abysmally low, and only chieftains that were level 40 or above had a slightly higher drop rate. This was also the reason why Ironwrist's party had gone hunting for chieftains over level 40. By the time Shirfong was done compiling the information he had gathered, Ironwrist had also entered the bar together with a silver-armored guardian knight. The instant this bearded man with thick eyelashes entered, the bar fell silent. Every player inside the bar immediately turned to look at this guardian knight one after another. What's the party leader of the third party, Discipline Paradise, doing here? Is Discipline Paradise here to recruit members? How could it be? That's the third party of our District 5. Even if he were recruiting more members, he would choose from their list of available candidates first. Why would he come to a bar looking for members? I heard that the 6 official members of the third party have all learned Tier 1 curses and taboo skills. They can go out to grind without fear even during the night. That's right. The third party's strength is currently the closest to the first party. It is highly possible that, after the next ranking battle, Discipline Paradise will become the leader of the second party. Everyone inside the bar looked at the silver-armored knight with gazes of admiration and reverence. In a shelter, the higher ranked a party was, the more resources they could obtain. In addition, they would also gain greater access in the shelter, allowing them to purchase items that were not available to regular parties. That way, their party's strength would improve even faster. Soon, Discipline Paradise and Iron Wrist arrived before Shirfong, who was currently seated at a corner of the bar. Brother Expert, let me introduce you. This here is the leader of our District 5's third party, Discipline Paradise. He's quite knowledgeable about the dark den you spoke of, Iron Wrist said, smiling. Hello, you can just call me Discipline. Discipline Paradise smiled. Although Discipline Paradise was one of the powerhouses of District 5, he did not display any form of arrogance. On the contrary, he was a very kind and straightforward man. When the surrounding players saw Discipline Paradise, the leader of the third party, and Iron Wrist, the leader of the seventh party, actively greeting a swordsman that none of them had ever seen before, every one of them was stupefied. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he one of the top 10 party leaders of some other district? I don't think he's just limited to being in the top 10, right? Didn't you hear Iron Wrist calling that person an expert? That person might even be one of the top 3 party leaders of some other district. Otherwise, why would Discipline Paradise personally come over to meet him? Everyone began guessing at Shirfang's identity one after another. However, Discipline Paradise's next words instantly shocked everyone inside the bar. Brother Yifeng, would you be willing to join our District 5's Crusading army? Chapter 579, Crusading Army. Join the Crusading Army. Shirfeng began pondering silently. He did indeed want to go and take a look at Gloomy Valley, with his goal for going there being the chapter of darkness. After all, there might be some sort of connection between the chapter and the Bible of Darkness. However, he had intended to go there by himself. There was only a single chapter of darkness. With so many people wanting to obtain it, how was he supposed to get it if he went with a group? It was also unlikely that everyone would give him the chapter of darkness. Hence, the only way for him to obtain it was to move alone. That way, he would not have to share the chapter with others. Based on the information he had gathered earlier, there was no need to defeat the Great Lord Noya to get the Chapter of Darkness. The Great Lord was simply guarding the Chapter of Darkness. Hence, Shi Feng could just steal the chapter. There was no real need for him to conquer the Great Lord. The difficulty of obtaining the Chapter of Darkness this way was undeniably much lower. Moreover, he had already succeeded in carrying out similar feats in the past. Previously, he had stolen an imperial heirloom from the Anubis's gatekeeper, a Great Lord-ranked monster. Afterward, he had also snatched the God Crystal from a Tier 4 mythic creature, the Orc King Trezek. The first theft was difficult, but the subsequent one was easy. Currently, he had much more confidence in stealing an item from a Great Lord. That's right, join the Crusading army. To be precise, I am asking you to join our third party, Discipline Paradise said, his eyes filled with sincerity. Hearing Discipline Paradise's words, all the players inside the bar could not help but turn to look at Shi Feng, envious expressions appearing on their faces. The crusade this time was not something just anyone could participate in. As it was a crusade against Gloomy Valley, the number of players they could bring was limited. Naturally, they would only allow elites to participate in it. That way would increase the chances of success considerably. Meanwhile, in District 5, only the top 10 ranking parties received direct admission into the Crusading army. Everyone else had to go through a test, and only the best could join the crusade. There were many players in District 5. Meanwhile, only a total of 100 slots were allotted to District 5 for the crusade. Among them, 60 were already assigned to the top 10 parties, so everyone else would have to fight for the remaining 40 slots. One could just imagine how intense the competition would be. Now, Shi Feng could join the third party directly and participate in the crusade without having to compete over those 40 slots. This was practically a gift from the heavens. As long as the crusade succeeded, the 100 players participating in it would receive a bountiful harvest, particularly in terms of contribution shares for the shelter. How could this situation not make others envious? Discipline, how can you be so underhanded? Iron Wrist suddenly called out. Even if Brother Yi Feng is going to join the Crusading army, he should be joining my seventh party, not your third party. I only invited you over to discuss matters relating to the Dark Den. When Iron Wrist had gone looking for Discipline Paradise earlier, he had told the Guardian Knight everything about his encounter with Shi Feng. However, he had not expected Discipline Paradise to actually play such a card. No matter how one looked at it, Shi Feng was a maverick with frightening strength. Although the Crusading army this time had gathered the power of multiple districts, after the crusade succeeded, the number of contribution shares awarded would be based on each party's performance in the crusade. In other words, the party that was the most helpful during the raid of the Great Lord Noya would receive the most contribution shares once the Great Lord was defeated. Most importantly, the party that received the highest contribution shares had priority in choosing from the loot. If Iron Wrist could get a maverick like Shi Feng to join the seventh party, his party's strength would no doubt soar. At that time, the number of contribution shares they could obtain was self-evident. Hence, he was doing everything he could to befriend Shi Feng. This is not a first-come, first-served thing. Moreover, regarding this matter, I won't back off even if you're my friend, Discipline Paradise said in a righteous tone. Also, it will be of great help to Brother Yi Feng if he joins my third party. Suddenly, Discipline Paradise and Iron Wrist began arguing with each other over Shi Feng. What is this situation? Can someone tell me who that swordsman is? The scene of two District 5 big shots arguing over an unknown swordsman stunned the players drinking inside the bar. Great help. Shi Feng could not help but ask, may I know what kind of help Brother Discipline is referring to? The Chapter of Darkness. Discipline Paradise sent a whisper to Shi Feng. This item serves a huge purpose for shelters. However, it is also closely related to the Dark Denver. From the information I gathered, the Chapter of Darkness is a key meant to open the Dark Denver. Since Brother Yifeng wishes to go to the Dark Den, you will naturally have to obtain the Chapter of Darkness. However, the Chapter of Darkness is in the Great Lord Noya's hands. If one wishes to obtain it, they will have to either kill or steal the Chapter from the Great Lord. Only, the latter option is practically impossible. The only feasible method to gain the Chapter is to kill the Great Lord. As long as Brother Yifeng joins our party, we will definitely have a chance to become the top contributing party in the crusade. At that time, we can choose the Chapter of Darkness as our reward. I will then use the Chapter of Darkness to open the Dark Den for Brother Yifeng. What does Brother Yifeng think about this? So that's the case. Shifeng suddenly came to a realization. Nodding, he said, "All right, then. I'll agree to your proposal. However, I wish to change the conditions a little." "Change the conditions?" Discipline Paradise asked, slightly worried. "What conditions? You can't be wanting the Chapter of Darkness itself, right?" The Chapter of Darkness had only two functions, empowering the magic array of a shelter and opening the Dark Denver. To a Maverick, the first function was obviously useless. This was also the reason why Discipline Paradise had come looking to cooperate with Shifeng. "Rest assured, I don't want the Chapter of Darkness. Only, if I manage to obtain the Chapter of Darkness by myself, what will you use to exchange for it?" Shifeng asked secretly. "Obtain the Chapter of Darkness by yourself? How can that be possible?" Discipline Paradise asked, stunned. "I am only saying if," Shifeng laughed. "If you manage to get the Chapter of Darkness by yourself, I will definitely provide you with sufficient remuneration, taboo skills, curses, top-tier equipment, whatever, as long as you are willing to exchange it." Discipline Paradise did not know what was going through Shifeng's mind, but if he could obtain the Chapter of Darkness, it would be of great help to their party. Hence, he was willing to pay any price for it. Shifeng was slightly stunned after hearing Discipline Paradise's words. "Exchanged taboo skills can be traded?" Shifeng asked softly. Discipline Paradise nodded. "Of course. Only, the price required to do so is somewhat high. However, for the Chapter of Darkness, I am willing to pay 6 Tier 1 taboo skills." 6. Shifeng shook his head. "If I obtain the Chapter of Darkness, I want to exchange it for a Tier 1 taboo skill for every class, as well as the activation of the Dark Denver." "Can you really do it?" Discipline Paradise asked in surprise. A Tier 1 taboo skill for every class, this price was indeed frightening. Even for Discipline Paradise, this was a very steep price. The Chapter of Darkness was merely a dark gold item with a somewhat special function. In truth, it was worth only 7 or 8 pieces of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, the value of a taboo skill was no less than a piece of dark gold equipment. Since there was a total of 12 major classes, that meant a total of 12 taboo skills, equivalent to 12 pieces of dark gold equipment. Dark gold equipment was considered a luxury item for any party. If one had to give away 12 pieces all of a sudden, any party would feel a sting in their hearts. However, compared to this painful price, what Discipline Paradise was most concerned about was whether or not Shifeng could obtain the Chapter of Darkness. Chapter 580, Abyssal Upgrade. In response to Discipline Paradise's question, Shifeng only smiled while remaining silent. Receiving such a reply from Shifeng, Discipline Paradise didn't get angry, his eyes glowed with excitement, instead, his trust in Shifeng growing even stronger. Previously, he had heard from Iron Wrist that Shifeng had managed to defeat a level 42 chieftain-ranked dark magic serpent all by himself. This was definitely a feat that no ordinary person was capable of. Currently, there were only 10 parties capable of hunting dark magic serpents in District 5. Other than their excellent techniques and equipment, the main reason why these 10 parties were equal to the task was their having learned Tier 1 taboo skills that countered these chieftains. Otherwise, they all would be powerless against dark magic serpents. As for defeating a dark magic serpent single-handedly, not even he, the leader of District 5's third party, had ever dreamed of attempting such a feat. Due to this reason, he had come over personally to invite Shifeng to join their team and aid them in competing for the Chapter of Darkness. When will Brother Yifeng be able to obtain the Chapter of Darkness? Discipline Paradise asked somewhat anxiously. Hints of reverence and elation gleamed in his eyes. Although several districts were participating in the crusade against the Great Lord Noya this time, Noya was a level 40 Great Lord. Even if everyone combined their power, victory over the Great Lord was still a long shot. They had made ample preparations, yet their current predicted success rate was below 10%. The odds for stealing the Chapter of Darkness weren't worth mentioning. It was not easy for a party to survive in a shelter. Besides constantly competing over the party rankings inside a shelter, parties also needed to defend the shelter every day lest the shelter fall into ruin and all their efforts come to naught. Now that an expert like Shifeng had shown up, the third party would have a much better chance at obtaining the Chapter of Darkness. Noya was no ordinary Great Lord, it was a guardian monster serving as the key for activating a new map. Such guardian monsters normally tested a player's individual abilities. Having more players participating in the crusade would only lead to more mistakes occurring. Ever since God's Domain began, Mavericks had been the ones to activate many of the new maps. Hence, everyone in this place revered Mavericks greatly as they had managed to accomplish a task that most parties couldn't. Meanwhile, this was the first time Discipline Paradise encountered a Maverick as strong as Shifeng. Shifeng's chances of obtaining the Chapter of Darkness were definitely much higher than their crusading armies. I'll give it a go as soon as possible. Shifeng could not give an accurate timeline. After all, he had not yet seen Noya personally. However, with his equipment and means, he should have an excellent chance of stealing the item the Great Lord was guarding. I hope that Brother Discipline can prepare the Tier 1 Taboo skills as soon as possible. Tier 1 Taboo skills and curses were not cabbages piled high in the market. Based on the information Shifeng had collected, out of the tens of thousands of players in District 5, only the top 5 parties possessed 6 or more Tier 1 Taboo skills and curses. Ironwrist's 7th party had 2, however, currently only one of his members had succeeded in learning a Tier 1 curse. One could just imagine how difficult it was to obtain Tier 1 Taboo skills and curses. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this point. As long as you succeed in getting the Chapter of Darkness, I will definitely hand over 12 Tier 1 Taboo skills. Discipline Paradise laughed confidently. Following which, Discipline Paradise shared with Shifeng specific information regarding Noya. Unfortunately, Shifeng and Discipline Paradise's conversation in a private chat dismayed Ironwrist, who was seated beside the two. However, seeing how Discipline Paradise, the leader of the third party, was acting so respectfully with Shifeng, Ironwrist also could not help but feel a little prideful. After Discipline Paradise left, Shifeng looked at the depressed shield warrior and said, "Brother Ironwrist, can I get you to help me with something? Brother Yifeng, please don't hold back. You are our party's savior. If you have anything you need help with, just tell me." Ironwrist assured, clapping his chest. "Can you help me exchange these soul crystals for some level 30 fine gold ranked or above weapons?" Shifeng asked as he took out 3 gray crystals from his bag. Heavens! You actually have so many soul crystals. Ironwrist's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw the 3 soul crystals Shifeng produced. He finally realized why Shifeng seemed to care little about soul crystals before. In order to obtain just 1 soul crystal, their 7th party had spent several days hunting dark magic serpents. In the end, they had gotten one only by sheer luck. He had even shown off their party's harvest in front of Discipline Paradise. Yet, now, Shifeng just casually took out 3 soul crystals. Seeing that Ironwrist was still silent after quite some time, Shifeng could not help but ask, "Has nobody managed to obtain level 30 fine gold weapons yet?" The players residing in District 5 were very high-leveled. The high-ranking parties often challenged monsters of higher levels. Although only a few parties were capable of defeating level 40 monsters, there should be plenty that could handle monsters that were level 30 or so. Shi Feng had also seen plenty of players selling level 30 bronze and mysterious iron equipment on the streets earlier. Moreover, they were selling the items very cheaply. This was a scene that had yet to appear in White River City. However, after giving it some thought, Shi Feng found it to be reasonable. The players here were killing monsters day in and day out, especially since monster armies attacked the shelter at night. They were improving their combat techniques daily. In addition to other factors, such as gemstones, challenging monsters of a higher level was routine. However, while the players here found it very normal to fight against monsters of a higher level, it was a different story for the players outside the Dark Den. Players outside preferred to grind monsters of a lower level whenever possible. They definitely would not choose to grind monsters that were of the same level as, or even higher level than, they were, as doing so would mean increased risk. As a result, players outside the Dark Den improved their combat techniques and upgraded their equipment at a much slower rate. That's not it. Brother Yifeng, do you really want to exchange soul crystals for weapons? That's just such a waste. Although the market value of a soul crystal is equal to 1 level 30 dark gold weapon or 5 fine gold weapons, no one who manages to obtain a soul crystal would exchange them for equipment or weapons. After all, weapons and equipment will depreciate with time. On the other hand, the contribution shares one can acquire with soul crystals will never lose their value. The true value of a soul crystal is far above a level 30 dark gold weapon. It will be an even greater loss if you exchange it for level 30 fine gold weapons, Iron Wrist advised. The shield warrior's words rendered Shi Feng somewhat dumbfounded. Soul crystals were really of no value to him. On the other hand, the value of fine gold and dark gold weapons was much higher. As for why he wanted these weapons, he was planning to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to level 30. A level 40 Great Lord was no pushover, and it would be to Shi Feng's benefit to increase his combat power as much as possible. As a magic weapon, the higher leveled the Abyssal Blade was, the higher its attributes and quality would be. When Shi Feng first obtained the Abyssal Blade, the magic weapon's attributes were only equal to a secret silver weapon. Now that the weapon was level 25, its attributes were already above dark gold rank. If Shi Feng upgraded it to level 30, it might reach the standard of an epic weapon. A level 30 epic weapon would definitely push his combat power up to a whole new level. At that time, he would have much more confidence in stealing the Chapter of Darkness. Seeing how Shi Feng was insistent on exchanging his soul crystals for weapons, Iron Wrist had no choice but to comply and think of a way to carry out the Maverick's wishes. An hour or so later, Iron Wrist had managed to exchange the 3 soul crystals for 1 level 30 dark gold weapon and 11 level 30 fine gold weapons. After Shi Feng received the weapons, he parted ways with Iron Wrist and went searching for a secluded location. The commotion the Abyssal Blade caused with each subsequent evolution grew increasingly larger. Now that Shi Feng was about to upgrade the magic weapon to level 30, the aftermath would definitely alarm the entire District 5. Not wanting to attract any attention to himself, Shi Feng had no choice but to head for an out-of-the-way spot. Devour. Shi Feng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade upon arriving at a wilderness with no other players around. Chapter 581, Epic Weapon. The moment Shi Feng's finger made contact with the system window, the pitch-black Abyssal Blade released a dragon's roar. The deafening roar sounded as if an actual dragon stood before Shi Feng right now. With such a ferocious roar, even the birds in flight were petrified, falling out of the sky one after another. Immediately after letting out the dragon's roar, the Abyssal Blade struggled free from Shi Feng's hand and flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black Abyssal Blade transformed into a cloud of black mist that devoured the 11 sacrificial weapons. As it consumed the weapons, Shifeng could also hear a strong heartbeat coming from the black mist. It was as if an ancient creature was awakening. A terrifying aura washed over Shifeng and his surroundings, the nearby greenery even withered. Why is there such a huge difference in power from the last evolution? Shifeng looked at the black mist floating in midair, frowning. Is this the beginning of a backlash? Shifeng had never witnessed or heard any details about the backlash of a magic weapon before. In the past, players who obtained magic weapons had never disclosed any information regarding backlashes. They only advised others to stay as far away as possible from magic weapons. The pressure the Abyssal Blade was currently emitting was incredibly terrifying. Back when Shifeng upgraded the magic weapon to level 25, he could still move about relatively easily under the aura the weapon emanated. Now, however, even motion was a luxury. He could only stand still and watch quietly as all of this happened. After a while, the magnitude of the heartbeats gradually increased. The black mist in the sky also took the shape of a black heart. Meanwhile, with this black heart as the core, a vaporous phantom of a black dragon appeared. The black dragon silently looked down on Shifeng, a human-like playful expression contained within its blood-red eyes. In the next moment, the phantom dissipated into nothing, this time transforming into a silver sword that landed at Shifeng's feet. The phantom of the black dragon is becoming more realistic with each subsequent evolution. Even the pressure it emits is growing stronger. No wonder so many players dared not use magic weapons even though they had obtained them. Shifeng frowned slightly as he looked at the Abyssal Blade, which had stabbed into the ground. When and where a backlash would occur, nobody knew. Continuously strengthening the Abyssal Blade was equivalent to enhancing the power of the magic weapon's backlash. Just the current Abyssal Blade could already make him feel fearful. If he continued upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he might really fail to cope with the backlash. This should be the so-called "the bigger they are, the harder they fall." Forget it. Let's take things as they come. Shifeng shook his head, dispelling the negative thoughts in his head. He then pulled out the Abyssal Blade and took a look at its attributes. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 633. All attributes plus 42. Attack speed plus 15. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 50% chance to cause 200% damage. 25% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases attack speed by 2%, up to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 30. Can be upgraded. Devour 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 35. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 50% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Abyssal Curse. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 5 seconds, as well as reducing all their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of death aura. Each stack of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollises using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Such a high attack. This is equal to the attack power of a level 30 epic ranked two-handed sword, right? Shi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Back when the Abyssal Blade was level 25, its attack power had only been over 400. Now that the magic weapon was upgraded to level 30, its attack power had actually increased by over 200 points. Not to mention, the weapon's skills had also undergone a transformation, with Abyssal Curse replacing Dark Violent Dance. Used against a single target or a group, it was an extremely powerful control and weakening skill. However, this was still not the most significant change to the Abyssal Blade. Swinging the magic weapon lightly, Shi Feng felt as if the Abyssal Blade was an extension of his arm, so much so that he could even feel the sword's edge cutting through the air. What's going on here? Shi Feng looked at the Abyssal Blade incredulously. There was a saying that, when one's mastery of a weapon reached a certain level, said weapon would feel like an extension of one's own body. However, this was only a saying. Just being able to incorporate a weapon into one's own attack habits and styles was already an amazing feat. During the early stages of God's domain, the attributes of weapons and equipment were very important. However, as players acquired better equipment, they would begin ordering custom-made weapons and equipment for themselves. Even if two items possessed the exact same attributes, most players would choose equipment custom-made to their requirements over the other. Why was this so? The reason was very simple: the far greater ease of harmonization to their habits and styles. For this reason alone, players were willing to spend as much money as necessary. If a player possessed a high compatibility rate with the weapons they wielded, their attacks would flow much more smoothly. Most importantly, a weapon with good compatibility could improve a player's skill completion rate. This was also the reason why, during the later stages of the game, many players chose to discard ready-made epic weapons and, instead, were adamant in paying an astronomical sum to hire a master or grandmaster forger to produce a custom-made epic weapon for themselves. It was all because custom-made weapons and equipment possessed a much higher compatibility rate. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng immediately began brandishing the Abyssal Blade to get used to the newly enhanced weapon. He then found a level 35 demonic hound to test his sword on. Chop. Usually, Shi Feng could achieve a completion rate of 85% or above when using this skill, displaying 100% of the skill's might. In the past, his best record for Chop was 90%. Although this skill was very simple, it was extremely difficult to execute properly. The three sword lights, which should have resembled three silver crescents, converged into one as they struck at the demonic hound, causing the damage dealt by Chop to reach its maximum. At this moment, however, the three sword lights had transformed into three full moons that met at a single point. The space at this single point looked as if it had been pierced. One could faintly see a small spatial crack at this location. System: Chop completion rate 92%, resulting in 125% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +4. Shi Feng then followed up with Thunder Flame Explosion. Originally, this skill should have combined the power of lightning and fire into a massive fireball that bombarded the enemy. Now, however, instead of a fireball, System: Thunder Flame Explosion Completion Rate 90%, resulting in 110% of skills effect. Skill Proficiency +3. What? Why is there suddenly such a huge increase in skill completion rate? Shi Feng stared at the system notification window, flabbergasted. Compared to his past self, his current strength was much stronger. In the past, his best record for chop was 90% completion rate. Although it was only a meager 2% increase, the gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. Based on the system's configuration, completion rates between 81% to 90% were categorized into the same group. Achieving any percentage within this range would give an increase of 3 proficiency points. Also, at 90%, one could display 110% of a skill's effect. At 91%, a skill's effect was directly upgraded to 120% and would yield 4 proficiency points. The improvement to Thunder Flame Explosion was even more apparent. Previously, he could not even achieve an 85% completion rate on the skill. Now, however, he had managed 90%. Shi Feng had killed a level 35 demonic hound in just 2 moves. It's no wonder many had said magic weapons possessed frightening power and many experts could not bring themselves to divest their magic weapons in the past. So this was the case. Shi Feng's heart was pounding madly as he looked at the level 35 demonic hound he had just annihilated. His compatibility with the Abyssal Blade right now was practically perfect. He felt invincible. Chapter 582, The True Power of a Magic Weapon. Shi Feng killed over a dozen level 35 demonic hounds, testing his various skills. When used with the Abyssal Blade, he could manipulate every skill of his as if just playing with a toy. He could casually mold the skill to his liking, very easily his past records of skill completion rates. In God's domain, skill completion rates were an important indicator of a player's actual strength. In the past, in order to improve the completion rate of one skill by just 1%, many players had trained arduously for days, sometimes even weeks. Particularly, after reaching the 85% threshold, raising a skill's completion rate by 1% required a tremendous amount of effort. For some, even that wasn't enough, all the training in the world was useless. However, with the Abyssal Blade in hand, this ironclad law was instantly broken. When one wanted to improve their combat techniques, they first needed to learn how to control their own bodies. If one could not even control their form properly, they could never control the weapons in their hands. Shi Feng's control over his body had long since reached a very high standard. Unfortunately, he had not reached a similar level with his control over his weapons. He could not reach a level where he could feel even a strand of hair fall onto his sword's edge. However, his compatibility with the Abyssal Blade now was practically perfect. It felt as if he had become one with the magic weapon, allowing his skill completion rate to reach new highs. At this moment, he surpassed all previous records with one of his basic skills, chop, achieving a 95% completion rate. If a skill's completion rate reached 95%, the skill would display 135% of its effects. In other words, Shi Feng's current chop dealt an additional 35% damage compared to his previous 85% completion rate. The increase in combat power was obvious. After continuously using the newly improved Abyssal Blade for such a long time, Shi Feng had grown addicted to the sensation he received from the magic weapon and the pleasure he felt from his strength gradually rising with every passing moment. His heart ached to remain in this state forever. After killing dozens of demonic hounds, Shi Feng's hunger was unsated. He wanted to continue to utilize these demonic hounds to improve his completion rate. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. He needed to prioritize his quest for now. In the past, many of those who obtained magic weapons had told others not to involve themselves with these things as the magic weapon's power would devour them. So, it turns out that the power they had referred to was not a magic weapon's powerful attributes. Shi Feng inwardly sighed as he looked at the Abyssal Blade in his hand. In the past, Countless experts had trained arduously just so that they could increase their skill completion rate by just one more percentage. Some had even gone through all that effort for nothing. Yet, a magic weapon can achieve this feat easily. Moreover, as a magic weapon grows more powerful, this frightening compatibility rate will also intensify. This is the reason that players in the past had continued to upgrade their magic weapons, and as a result, drowned themselves in this sea of skill completion rates, unable to pull themselves from the allure of this power. Thus far, Shifeng had only trained for half an hour or so, and already, his stagnant skill completion rates had improved massively. Moreover, Shifeng could clearly feel that he had yet to reach his limit. Such power was truly terrifying. This was a temptation that no expert could distance themselves from. After all, there was not a single expert that did not wish to further refine their own techniques, particularly in this virtual world that was filled with various chance encounters. Even Shifeng, someone who had played God's Domain for over a decade, hungered to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more, improving the magic weapon's compatibility rate again. This way, he might be able to refine his skill completion rate further. Achieving a 95% completion rate had already increased his combat power by 35%. Every 1% past 90% could increase a skill's effect significantly, not to mention past 95%. At that time, just how terrifying would his skills become? It might even be possible to double his combat power. The impact of raising his skill completion rates was far more valuable than learning a single taboo skill. After all, a taboo skill was only one attack. Although its might surpassed skills of the same tier, what would happen to taboo skill's duration? In the end, he would return to his prior strength. Meanwhile, a player normally incorporated a variety of basic skills into their attacks when engaged in battle. If every skill could achieve a 100% completion rate, one could easily wipe the floor with a player that had learned a taboo skill of the same tier. This was the true power of a magic weapon. Its main purpose lay not in increasing its wielder's attributes, but rather, its main function was to improve the fundamentals of a player's techniques. Not even fragmented legendary weapons could offer such a devastating benefit, much less epic weapons. In the past, every player that wielded a magic weapon was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Some even stood at God's Domain's peak. Shifeng finally understood that their achievements were all due to the intense compatibility rates that magic weapons offered. Of course, this improvement method was more of a form of diabolism. After all, most of the apex experts of God's Domain had attained their strength step by step. They had first trained their physical control to the very limit. They then focused on their control over their weapons. Apex experts like these possessed unshakable foundations. Even if they switched to new weapons and equipment, their strength would not decrease significantly and would soon recover. However, it was a different story for magic weapon wielders. For those who had obtained a magic weapon at the very start of the game, if they suddenly lost their magic weapons, their strength would plummet. Someone who had initially been an apex expert might instantly become a nobody. Hence, in the past, none of the wielders were willing to part with their magic weapons. As a result, their magic weapons eventually devoured them, and they were forced to start all over again. However, this inspired an idea in Shifeng. If he wanted to nurture experts quickly, it would be best to start with searching for weapons with high compatibility rates. If a player possessed weapons or piece of equipment that was highly compatible, their strength would skyrocket. Currently, Zero Wing had extremely few top-tier experts, and the standard of the guild's elite members was still relatively low. Meanwhile, dungeons required very high levels of personal strength. Zero Wing's advantage of raiding speed was only due to the equipment its team wore. In truth, they were far weaker than those teams that relied on personal combat techniques. The dungeon's final boss was particularly challenging for Zero Wing. There was practically no way to improve the equipment of Zero Wing's core members any further at the moment. If they wished to increase their combat power, they could only do so through skill completion rates. Unfortunately, until now, Zero Wings members had only focused on finding ways to obtain better weapons and equipment to increase their attributes. They had mostly neglected to improve their skill completion rates. Currently, even Fire Dance, the most powerful melee fighter on Zero Wings' core team, could only achieve a maximum skill completion rate of 80%. She was still a great distance away from reaching 85%. If he could improve Fire Dance and the others' compatibility rates with their weapons, the combat power of Zero Wings' core team would improve by leaps and bounds. Compatibility rate? Shi Feng pondered aloud. In fact, he did have a method that could improve one's compatibility rate. He could recruit a Master Forger into the guild. Although Master Forgers could not produce a weapon with a 100% compatibility rate with a player, if Zero Wing had a Master Forger, said Forger could, more or less, produce tailor-made weapons and equipment with slightly higher compatibility rates for some of the guild's members. This would help the guild's experts massively. Only, nurturing a Master Forger was easier said than done. Shi Feng no longer wasted time as he sheathed the Abyssal Blade and made his way to Gloomy Valley. Grey mist shrouded Gloomy Valley all year round, limiting players' vision as they explored the area. Moreover, Shi Feng could feel the grey mist suppressing all 5 of his senses while he wandered the valley. It was as if he stood deep within the blood mist of the Demon-kin army's killing intent. Only, the suppression effects were much weaker here. The majority of the monsters inside Gloomy Valley were level 40 or above elite rank. There were also plenty of level 40 or above special elites roaming around. Even the outermost region of the valley was a challenge to get through. Meanwhile, in Gloomy Valley's inner region, the level 40 Great Lord Noya stood guard at the gate leading to the next map. If one wished to journey to the new map, they first needed to kill Noya. That's Noya. Sure enough, it's strong. Shi Feng hid in the forest as he observed the massive gargoyle in front of the valley's entrance. Noya, Demonic Great Lord. Level 40. HP 10,000,000/10,000,000. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.